This closed session for January 21st open. And could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Will our newest Councilmember Williams, please lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will we have roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Okay, participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and handing it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved during the meeting. We will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comments. This is for public comments of closed session only. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
You know, I'm going to speak about the chief here. This item number 7, I think it is, or 8. You know, the chief, once again, has abused his power under color of authority and several uniform codes. The chief said I wasn't allowed to have my tripod because I allegedly swung it at someone at a meeting. Isn't that right, Chief? Isn't that what you said? Yeah, right. Originally, I asked the chief why he wouldn't let me have my tripod and why he was always attacking me. And he stated that because I was saying things bad about Paul. Where does that come from? And I declare under penalty of perjury. What we need to do is fire the guy, but before you do, be fair about it and say, hey, I'm going to give you a chance at a polygraph that you haven't lied to all the people. You haven't lied about Snell's tripod. You haven't lied about that other gentleman over here. I got a call from the captain who runs the Barstow station about giving up the chief's address and wanted to do a march. And he told me, you got to quit giving up his address because we're going to put charges on you. He stated that if it wouldn't stop, they were going to file charges. So I had no other choice. Toplansky's his name. We met at the Home Depot. We talked for several hours. Also stated that the chief told him that I almost hit somebody with a tripod. Isn't that what you told him on the police report, Chief? That's what he told him. And if he did that, it's a complete lie. And the chief has committed either a felony or a misdemeanor by stating swinging the tripod. In California, filing a false police report is a misdemeanor or felony. Now, this is what this guy's done. So you guys can decide whether you want a police chief that commits felonies and misdemeanors and lies all day and does what he wants to do and bullies everybody. That's why I call him the Chihuahua, because he walks around, you know, and with his tail wagging and trying to snip at everybody. He belongs in jail. I've said that several times, you know, and then he tells people I got a record. You know, I don't have a record, Chief. I got an album. I've been in a lot of trouble. And until the Bell scandal, I had been free for decades. And then they put that on me. But this guy doesn't belong there. And if you keep him there, you're opening yourself up to suits. You're opening yourself up to liability and the rest of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Snell. Before you call the next person, I have a question for the attorney. Were we supposed to read the 7 items before?
No, the written agenda covers it.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Miss Melody Walker.
Welcome, Ms. Walker.
Hello, I'm kind of nervous, so bear with me. In 2019, I was the passenger in the vehicle accident that Gilbert Asa was in. The things that I told the police officer didn't mean nothing to him. I told him that I saw the driver on his cell phone. I told him that another person came before the officer got there and
Excuse
removed
me.
items.
Excuse me, Ms. Walker. Please stop the clock. Anytime I interrupt, please stop the clock. I don't want to take away 3 minutes. What item on the agenda does this pertain to?
I'm just here to speak regarding the accident that Gilbert Asa was in. Regarding the chief and how he lies.
Okay, this is on number 7, then please continue.
Okay, when I came with Gilbert a week after the accident requesting the police report. He noticed it was wrong. He requested for it to be changed. They didn't do anything. He has been gone through so much hell, excuse my French, because of that man. Because of what he has done, the lies that he says. Okay, when he said it did a thorough investigation, why wasn't I contacted? My information was on the police report. He has never contacted me once. No one has, to get my side, because he knows that he's in the wrong. All we want is for him to change it. It's been 6 years now. Matter of fact, yesterday was Martin Luther King Day. What a coincidence that we still have to battle this because of what he's doing. It's not right. It's not right at all. He needs to be removed. Give somebody else a chance to do better because he's not doing it. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Gilbert Asa.
Welcome, Mr. Asa.
Hello, how you doing? Mine's on the chief of police and the city management. I have came here several times, and as you see, I have given you the documents of the police report. And I was told that the officer did not work here. No longer, he was transferred out. Well, I did my homework, something that you didn't do, Mr. Manager. That officer was still here in 2020 when he retired from the Barstow Police Department. The pictures that are on there is the picture of my vehicle. The last picture shows the opposite side of the vehicle where it was hit. And it opened up the other side. It bent the A-frame of a 98 Buick LeSabre. And the officer put on there 30 miles an hour. Now, anybody with common sense knows you cannot destroy an A-frame on a vehicle at 30 miles an hour. I also told the officer that he was on the phone, that he was doing something on the phone. I don't know what he was, but he was speeding. And if you look at his record on there, on the police report, he had revoked license from 2018. And it was for speeding. Now, my information that I told that officer that I seen him on the phone exactly, and what Melody said, was that someone came and picked up some merchandise or things out of that vehicle before that officer got there. Now, I have talked to the watch commander. I have talked to the chief of police about this several times. And you know what I get? Nothing but a bunch of lies. How dare you tell me that an officer is no longer working there. And then a couple of years later, he's what? How you said? What do you say the word? He's retiring from the police department. So if you're retiring from that police department, that means you were still there. What kind of lie is that? What were you covering up? That try to save that officer's record, or to save yours? You keep him in there, and I guarantee you, there's going to be a lot more problems from people who are crooked like him. Very, very crooked, and thrown out of City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Issa.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown. One note before you start the clock. When you speak at the microphone, please address the council. Thank you.
Jim Brown, Barstow, city manager, mayor, council, city manager, staff. Talking about number 7 on the tripod. What had happened, Perry Pack came in here, and he had used the word, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it again, the word renigger. And that day, the city attorney said that he couldn't use that word. So, because it would start a fight or argument or whatever. So the next meeting, E.T. Snell came in here. He used the word. And Paul had his representatives here. And it got kind of ugly. And the city attorney told him he couldn't use that word. So, and then the following council meeting, I had came in, went over to the corner there, and Bledsoe was sitting right out here. And so Bledsoe was waiting on Mr. Snell. Mr. Snell, so Bledsoe went to Mr. Snell, and they went outside the side door there and started talking. And so I heard part of the conversation, so I made an appointment to talk to the chief. And then, so I went and seen the chief, and I said, Chief, they got an investigation for him for using that word. And he said, yeah, but it was also about him striking the tripod at a staff member. And I said, no, that didn't happen, Chief. Because I said, I was sitting right here in the front in the front row. And then, so all did was E.T. closed his tripod up and went down. So I had talked to the chief, and I said, Chief, so the chief looked at me and said that, he looked at me like, so what should I do, Mr. Brown? And I told him, I said, if it's not in rules and policy or the law, give it back to him. He was thinking about giving it back to him, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marsha Wiesma.
Welcome, Ms. Wiesman.
Oh, tall man. Okay, Marsha Wiesma and wonderful downtown Barstow. Number 6, public employment. Well, this is what I want to say about my city council. The very first meeting you had, transparency. I want to know where the transparency is and where it's gone. Because I got 3 separate agendas all yesterday. Wow. Don't know what's wrong, would like to know. Secondly, I'm going to address this one about the city manager, police chief / public officer, and whatever else titles you've checked onto him. I saw in the paper yesterday, 5, Barstow, number 5 in crime. What does that say about Barstow? Now, the second thing I have is concerning the police chief and all the duties and the hats you've made him wear. As a police chief, I have heard and I have been told he is covering up for his officers. He is allowing false reports and he's knowing they're a fault. So what do you think he's doing as your city manager? Is he covering up more than what he knows? I and the rest of the people have a right to know what's going on, but he's never going to admit it to us, and the last city council would not. I hope this one could do something about it. Because the city manager, he is the city manager, he has also had the opportunity to override the chief of police, and he has been able to write his own contract. Why do we want him in any city position? He's not really doing anything right, so I've been told. I do have one thing. He has called my husband a liar, and he's called myself one. Now, I have a suggestion for you guys. Review the city council notes, take care of your people. Mr. Espinosa's had a lot of privileges that no city manager has. It shows when he spent all the money for our Christmas extravaganza, and our city is having problems with roads and everything else. Nice, but last city council gave him, it was $50,000, it went to $75,000 anytime he asks for it and he wants it. That's where the last city council went wrong. I hope you guys can change it and toughen up the laws a little bit better. And thank you for listening, and city manager, try to do what's right. You promised us you would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman.
That is all the comments we have on closed session.
Thank you. With public comment concluded, I'll take a motion to go into closed session. I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Councilmember Noble. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and I'd like to let the public know that my policy is going to be, regardless of what time we finish with closed session, open session will start at 7. If we're not done by 7, we'll continue closed session after open session. Report of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and council met in closed session to consider 2 of the items on closed session. The other 5 will be continued after the meeting. The council considered item number 2, existing litigation regarding Ellis versus City of Barstow, provided direction to staff and council and took no reportable action. The council also considered item 7, public employment regarding the interim city manager, police chief, and public safety director. There is reportable action on that item. The interim city manager, police chief, and public safety director, Mr. Espinoza, has been placed on paid administrative leave until further notice. Thank you.
All please stand for invocation. I'm sorry, we have Pastor Mike Smith from Bethany Christian Fellowship. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to read from 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10. It says, "Now I plead with you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you all speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you, but that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment." Let's bow our hearts. Father God, we just come to you this evening, Lord, over this meeting, Father God, that you allow each and every one of these members, Father God, and each and every person out here, Father God, to be in one accord with you, Lord. I pray victory, Father God, for you over this whole situation, Father God. We just love you, honor, we praise you, and we give you all glory. In Jesus' holy, precious name, amen.
Please all remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. Madam Clerk, when we have roll call, please.
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please do so by filling out a speaker request card and handing it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If any special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Our code of ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the code of ethics that we voluntarily unanimously approved during the meeting. We will treat each other and the public with patience and civility and courtesy. The decisions made here tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. I just want to let everyone know tonight, I'm going to kind of explain how we're doing this agenda as we go through the meeting tonight. I think it's important that people understand how I'm going to follow the rules of order. So I just want to let council know now, we're going to do the review and approval agenda. So when they approve the agenda, they're going to approve it as is, or they're going to pull something if they wish to discuss on consent calendar. So I want to let council know that you can ask questions of a consent calendar item. You don't have to pull it to ask a question. So if you pull it, it's because you feel it deserves more explanation than being on consent calendar. So review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by the majority vote and allowing items that arose in the city attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than a two-thirds of council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry, okay. May I have, yes, questions on consent calendar, please?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 10.
I'll present that as a motion, please. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rose on the agenda pulling item 10. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
I'm sorry, who did the second come from? Okay, I have a second from Councilmember Williams to approve the consent calendar, pulling item 10. We'll be moving item 10. So with that, I'll call. I'm sorry. Do we have any public comment?
Are we not reviewing the agenda?
Okay, go ahead and read it. Yes, please.
We need to do the review and approval of our agenda.
That's the item that I understood we're voting on now. So I don't believe there was any public comment on the agenda itself.
Not on the agenda.
Back to you, Mayor.
Okay, call for the vote. Correct.
So motion to approve the agenda pulling item 10 is approved, 5-0.
Give me a minute to catch up. Okay, so we're going to go to after. Yeah, I'm looking for that page. I'm sorry, we added an item, so
So item 8 is a certificate of appreciation for the.
I know, but I got the numbers wrong here. Okay, item number 8, certificate of appreciation for the 24-25 Barstow High School varsity football. And I'm going to have the council go to the front.
As mayor and council go to the front, I'm going to call the names of our varsity players. If you're here, please join our council at the center. Juan Almanza, Kenny Benavides Jr., Draylon Brown, Deegan Cardenas, Javier Collins, Jonte Drisdom, Daniel Elliott, Javier Eugenio, Javier Flores, Aiden Franco, Nicholas Gio, Matthew Garcia, Gavin Hall, Chad Hancock, Jeremiah Hooker, Quentin Hunter, Isofa Leolofi, Ailey, I don't know this one, I'm so sorry, Leolofi, and Joseph Leolofi, okay, Elijah Lehman, Jacob Lopez, Kamari Malloy, Raymond Montoya, Dwayne Moore, Tez Newton, David Martin Norman, Julian Nyberg, Kyle O'Neill, Atlet Pascal, Damari Perryman, Noah Pitts, Caden Reyna Cobble, Trinidad Romero, Joseph Rojas, Oscar Sanchez, Ronald Russell, Chevy Sire, Sebastian Salas, Anthony Stanton, Nathaniel Stone, Uriah Stevenson, Jayon Taylor, Rayshawn Thompson, Dwayne Williams McCreet, Alan Wilder, and Silvio Villafana.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to call up the coaches. Michael Bazil White. Arnold Harrison. John Hicks. David Hooker. Mark Jones. Eloy Lialofi. Apanero Lialofi. Benjamin Lialofi. And our head coach, Clayton Lilymeen. Christopher Militello. Zachary Nusulu. Keith Pack. Melvin Sisk. Nathaniel Stone. Okay, I'm going to have one of the coaches speak, but I just want to congratulate all of you. I know you had a very good season. We're proud of you. It just, we want to recognize when Barstow does well, we want to recognize you. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for giving it your best, and thank you for representing Barstow well. Coach?
First and foremost, thank you, city board members, for inviting us today, acknowledging our kids. Tonight's about them. I cannot pursue this passion without our kids and the success that they've done this year. So without further ado, I thank you guys. Let's give them a round of applause for bringing us tonight. You know, Barstow's a special place, and it's special because of these individuals here. They've poured a lot into the program, into the city, into their families. And I wouldn't be the coach I am today without them. So I give all this credit to our kids. And outside of our kids, our coaching staff has done a tremendous job this year on preparing them to compete every single day at practices, in games, into the playoffs. And last but not least, I got to give it up to my wife, my wonderful family, who allows me to pursue this passion into coaching football. So thank all of you for your tremendous work to bring this together. I got to give it up for my man, Tex. This guy has come a long way, man. He coached me when I was young at Barstow High School. So I've learned a lot from this man here, and I'm just glad to see him pursuing his dream and making Barstow a better city. So thank you, Coach Tex, and the rest of you as well. Appreciate all the hard work and support that you guys give to the city of Barstow and to our kids. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Coaches.
All right, everyone look up right here on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold right there. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Anything you'd like to say to the...
So number, we'll let the room clear out and then we'll proceed. Okay, number 9, we have after event report and presentation by Baby So Special. I don't see the presenter here, so we will see if we can continue that to the next meeting. Okay, item number 10, approval of amendment side letter to the memorandum of understanding, the MOU with Teamsters Local 1932, Unit 1. The recommended action, staff recommends the City Council take the following action. Approve the amendment to the 22-25 Memorandum of Understanding side letter between the City of Barstow and Teamsters Local 1932, Unit 1, pertaining to the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence Certificate. And our presenter on this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So currently, we have an incentivized certificate of 5% for the mechanics and senior mechanics in Unit 1 for the National Institute of Automotive Service Excellence. This certificate was erroneously omitted in the first MOU for Unit one, and so this staff report and side letter will properly align this benefit with the MOU. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? This will be questions only from council. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So before us, we have an amendment to the MOU. My question is, when was the original MOU ratified and signed?
I don't have that information in front of me.
It was approximately 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. It expires, it was a 3-year deal and it expires July of '25.
And it took effect July 1st, 2022.
Correct.
Was approved earlier that year. I forget the exact date, sometime in the first half of '22.
Okay. Fiscal impact. My question is, what was the fiscal impact in fiscal year 2025 budget? Because it says there was no additional fiscal impact as these are existing premiums paid to qualifying employees and were included as part of the approved fiscal impact 2025. We have a new council, so I don't see the fiscal impact in front of us.
Correct. There has not been any change to the fiscal impact. This is part of the personnel budget. We have 2 mechanics currently that have received this incentive, and they've been receiving this for several years, from what I understand. So there isn't any change to the fiscal impact. However, if you would like me to bring back the budget for personnel costs for this division, I can certainly do that.
I personally have asked many times to see the fiscal impact, and that's why I'm asking what was the fiscal impact, because I personally would not be able to remember what happened
Correct.
during that time. My next question. I'm looking at page 16 on the actual amendment to the MOU. Why was this amendment not signed by the Teamsters representative?
I believe this needs to be approved by council before it is presented to Teamsters for signature.
Matthew, I have a question.
Yes.
Typically, I apologize, Mr. Summers. Typically, by their signature would signify that they do agree to this MOU prior to coming to us. What really ratifies is that when both signatures are present, correct?
Yeah, it would be effective with both signatures if the council approves it and the Teamsters sign it. My understanding is that the Teamsters will sign it if approved by the council. But you're correct, it is not, the packet does not have their signature.
My next question is that I was asking about the retroactive to July 1 of 2022, but I believe you answered that question because it does say retroactive to July 1,
So
2022.
It's retroactive to the MOU, not financially. These 2 members actually receive this as a 5% incentive currently.
So
and they have been.
the MOU we're looking at is incorrect.
Correct. And this is to correct the omission of this certificate.
But I guess my follow-up question is that it's written incorrectly because it reads that it would be retroactive to July 1, 2022.
It is retroactive to the point that it's including the availability of this certificate to the MOU back to the creation of the MOU. So basically, this incentive is being paid to these 2 members. It has been paid to these 2 members since the beginning of this MOU. I believe this actually went before, this was put in place before this MOU. So it was omitted erroneously. So we want to ratify the current MOU back to its inception, and then moving forward, have that language included in future MOUs.
Thank you. Mr. Summers, I have a question.
Yes.
Could this MOU, the amendment, have just been written out exactly what Ms. Harris had just said? Because it's deceiving on how I read it.
As I understand the situation, the 2 employees at issue are already being paid this incentive without any provision to do so in the MOU. This MOU would create the backstop for them to be paid the incentive. And hence, it's retroactive to the beginning of the MOU to reflect that they have been paid this incentive since the beginning of the MOU as it was paid previously to them, but there was just no basis for it in the MOU. So it's correctly written to be retroactive because the MOU correction is retroactive, but there's no need for a significant back pay check because they already received the money, as I understand the situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Perhaps that could have been clear in the staff report, but they've already been paid the money.
Right, and clear in the MOU itself to actually spell out that they have been getting paid, and have any other mechanics or senior mechanics received this certification
No,
other than the two?
Just the two.
And so my follow-up question to the budget, we know how many mechanics we had then that potentially could get it. Was that built into that budget?
Correct, yes.
And how many mechanics total did we, for this incentive was built into the budget?
2.
Only 2?
Only 2.
That's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Hernandez.
So basically, what you're doing is legalizing the fact that you have been paying them without having that in the MOU.
Correct.
So that's the justification. So if we were audited and we were paying and we didn't legitimately have the right to pay them that.
This also aligns the MOU with our CalPERS retirement system as well.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
My follow-up question, so when we speak of CalPERS and this MOU coming 2 years later, how has that affected the CalPERS without having the supporting documentation to go with it?
It doesn't affect CalPERS in the sense that it's income. So these individuals have received this 5% as part of their income. What it affects it counts it towards worked time for their years served. So if one of these individuals were to retire, those hours that they accrued don't count until this becomes part of the MOU. So this is actually time that they've received, pay that they've received, and it needs to be clarified through the CalPERS system as part of their pensionable income.
So my follow-up question to that, Ms. Harris, is will these individuals be penalized
No.
by the PERS system?
There is no financial impact. The individuals were paid, the income was received, it's been taxed and pensioned appropriately. This is just counting towards retired or pensionable hours towards their retirement.
Thank you.
Okay, see no other council members in the queue. Do we have any public comment?
We have no comment on this item.
Okay, with that, I will call for a vote. I'm sorry, yes, there'll be discussion. If I can get a first and a second.
I'll motion.
A second?
Okay, I have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So my discussion is that when I see a memorandum of understanding and I see the actual MOU that's not signed, minimal should have been, in my opinion, signed by the union to say that they agree with this MOU, and then we ratify with our signature if council approves. But seeing nothing doesn't tell me that they are in line with this, that they agree to this. Their signature signifies that they agree to what's being presented to us today. And so that's one of the biggest issues that I have, is that we have nothing to show us that they agree with this MOU. And I would understand that reasonably somebody would be here if they did not agree to it. That's, however, their signature would tell me that, yes, their representative agrees to this MOU. And it is my concern that the MOU should have been written a little different to explain that these two individuals have been receiving it since July 1 of 2022, which is quite a significant amount of time. What puzzles me is, how did they miss this? When I say how did both parties miss this integral piece in an MOU to ensure that we wouldn't have to come back 2 years later to ratify it? And again,
Staff will assess that. I'm not sure we have a postmortem on how we got here, but certainly the fix is on the table.
and then going back to the fiscal impact, I've mentioned it in my question era of time frame, but I'm going to say it again, is that we have a new council here. And putting the fiscal impact of what it has costed, for this 5% above should be here. There should be a spreadsheet, even for the council members that have been here, because I don't have a telephotic memory. I cannot tell you what it was approved, when it was approved, how much it was. And so I will continue to ask and hopefully get the support of this council, this new council, that when we have fiscal impact, that we have it put in front of us. So my recommendation is to table this until we get the supporting documentation, because I don't want to approve something that we don't have everything in front of us to make that informed decision.
We're past tabling. We have a first and a second.
Okay, well then I will, hopefully the council will not approve it, and then I can do a subsequent motion.
A subsequent motion would be allowed.
I would like to do a subsequent motion to table this to the next meeting to get the supporting documentation so that we make this decision. It's an informed decision. We see the fiscal impact. Yes, they're already being paid. What's 2 more weeks of them already being paid? So that's my motion.
Okay, I have a substitute. I'm going to say substitute because subsequent is a hard word for me to say. So I'm going to accept the substitute motion. And do I have a second on the substitute motion?
I'll give you a second.
I have a second on the substitute motion. Is there any discussion? Okay. I'm going to ask for Mr. Hildreth to give an opinion on this, please.
Mayor, can I ask for point of order?
You may. I will allow point of order.
Thank you. So my point of order is that we have a motion, a substitute motion. We have a second. Do we not go to the vote first before we get the opinion? Because we have the opinion for the original motion should have already occurred.
We go to discussion after first and second, and I may have discussion. I want an opinion from Mr. Hildreth. However, is there a second on the point of order? Hearing no second, please proceed. You're welcome.
So my understanding, and Ms. Harris can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the reason why this was brought to our attention is this mechanic is retiring, and he's retiring in February, so in a couple weeks. The issue came up is that whenever he started doing his paperwork, his numbers didn't match with CalPERS's numbers. So what ended up happening is that CalPERS asked why you get paid more, basically. And he's like, well, I get an incentive because it's part of my certification program. So that's why, and so then we looked into the MOU to find out why it wasn't built in there. So in the unit, your MOU has to match with whatever CalPERS, with the cities, obviously. So that's your MOU. So whenever CalPERS looked into his retirement paperwork, because that's what he's retiring, it showed that the fees or the numbers were there was a discrepancy. So they all came back and they asked, so then we pulled out the MOU and we went through the MOU, and it showed that they were getting paid for having this, but it got left off whenever the union negotiations happened in the previous years. So back in 2023 or 22, I believe is what we just said, they forgot to put that back in there. The mechanics were already getting paid this in the previous MOU, is my understanding. And whenever the contract negotiations were going through, they forgot to add that back into it whenever they did the new contract. So the union and the city negotiators forgot to put that, what was already a benefit, they forgot to put it back into the existing, which is, they were still getting paid. But what happened was whenever CalPERS ran the numbers, there's a discrepancy. So they asked, why is there a discrepancy? It got left out, and that's why we're needing to add it. That individual, I believe, he is retiring in February.
I believe it's the 14th.
14th, Valentine's Day, actually. Yeah, he was retiring on February 14th, so that's why CalPERS needs the MOU changed, adding that so we can pay the gentleman when he retires.
Thank you, and I hope council understands I wanted to add that valuable information. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sir, is this questions or discussion?
Well, because I added more from staff, you may go question, or we are in discussion, but you may go with question.
Well, I'd like discussion.
We are in discussion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm following the...
We have a first and a second. We are in discussion.
Okay, so now, Mr. Hildreth, thank you for the transparency, because this individual would be penalized without this MOU, because this individual is retiring and would be penalized. That's transparency, and I appreciate it. None of this, without knowing what you just told us, makes sense. I just want to say that, thank you, because had we all known this prior to it just being here, and I'm questioning the MOU and why we're here, now we know the whole story. And I would appreciate that moving forward, that we get the full story so that when we're questioning it, we have a better understanding of why it's in front of us. So, Mr. Mayor, though I still have the concern of not having the fiscal impact and all of this other stuff, is it my understanding that CalPERS needs this prior to the retirement, so it's in front of us and we're being put in a position to make a decision immediately?
And I don't have the entirety of the situation, but that's what I gathered from some of the conversations. I wasn't working on this hands-on the whole time. That's why I just heard bits and pieces. But yes, we need it approved so that the individual, when he retires, it will be accounted towards his retirement.
All right. So in future, I would just like to know the whole story. Mr. Mayor, I would like to go ahead and resend my
Okay.
the same concerns that I have about the fiscal impact, the supporting documentation. I still want to see that, but I'm going to resend my
Okay.
substitute motion to go to the original motion.
Okay, the substitute motion is withdrawn, and that'll put us back to the first motion to approve. Councilmember Williams is in the queue. And I am allowing question and discussion since we went to another motion.
When employees go out of their way to educate themselves to bring in more value to our city, we need to recognize that. And, I appreciate Mr. Hildreth giving us the information we need. It's very important that we do the right thing here and not punishing employees because they're getting ready to retire. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Seeing no other council members in the queue, I will call for the vote. And the motion is to approve the item as presented.
So motion to approve item 11 as presented is passed unanimously.
There was 10. Hold on. Oh, that was 10.
My apologies.
We're all on the wrong number this evening. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we'll move on to item 11. Item 11 is an introduction of ordinance number 1027-2025, approving a development agreement with Lewis Land Developers, LLC, for a 146-unit single-family resident housing project located at the southwest corner of Rimrock Road in Higgins. And this is a public hearing, so. We asked for public comment. Yes, we did.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. I will be presenting on this item tonight, and I did go ahead and throw together a brief PowerPoint as we walk through this. I'm going to snag that. Okay. As noted by Mr. Silva, this is an introduction to the referenced ordinance approving a development agreement with Lewis Land Developers, LLC, once again for a 146 single-family residential housing project, also noted located at the southwest corner of Rimrock Road and Higgins Road. So to kick off this particular item, I just wanted to recap essentially what it is that we're looking at here. So the project proposal from the developer, Lewis Land Developers, again, it's a housing project consisting of 146 single-family residential units and 2 non-residential infrastructure lots. The site as a whole is roughly about 36.06 acres. I do want to highlight what we mean by non-residential infrastructure lots. There are 2 lots on this site within that 36 acres that will be utilized for exactly what it references, infrastructure. They wouldn't be buildable sites, I guess we could refer them to, or lots, excuse me, buildable lots, so it will be utilized for infrastructure needed for those neighborhoods and utilities, whatever the case may be, are what those lots are essentially reserved for. The remainder of those lots, again, 146 single-family residential units. This proposal is not new. The city approved this same number, 146 single-family residential units, under tentative tract map 17713. It was originally approved by the Planning Commission in June of 2006, and the associated mitigated negative declaration was adopted on August 21st of 2006. When it comes to maps, just for some background on the time frame of the approvals, maps can be extended. So if the city approves 2 years, 3 years, that applicant does have the ability to come back to the Planning Commission requesting for extensions. So this original approval, again, 2006, over the years, developers that have taken on this particular map have requested for the extensions. So again, 2006 and 2013, the city had eyes on it because the map that was originally approved was being extended through the Subdivision Map Act. This is just an aerial of the project site. So I'm sure most of us are familiar with Rimrock. Right across the road, you have Barstow Unified's property and park area. But again, 36.06 roughly on the acreage total for this development. This is a very brief reference to the vesting map that I was referencing earlier. This is the one that was last approved in 2013 with extensions being granted over the years as well. To kind of recap what development agreements are, the Barstow Municipal Code defines what the intent of a development agreement to be. The City Council finds and declares that development agreements further the health, safety, and welfare interests of the citizens of the city and the interest of developers. Development agreements promote the orderly development of real property within the city by ensuring compliance with the general plan, zoning, and code requirements. Development agreements will further address concerns that ensure adequate infrastructure will be available for any proposed project. To recap on what we are reviewing and potentially approving in this development agreement, again, we would be extending the life of the project's existing tentative map as referenced earlier. And again, that same map approved the 146 single-family residential units. On that again, 36.06 acreage. In addition, extending the vesting tract map for an additional 10 years is what's proposed in this development agreement. So approval of this agreement would allow Lewis Land Developers up to 10 years to complete the proposal. There is an option to extend for a singular 5-year period, and you'll also note within the development agreement itself in the term section, specifically section C, that's where it references that those additional 5 years are automatically extended should the developer commence the mass grading of the property, and provided that the developer is not in default under the agreement. Finally, we are modifying the roadway improvements that are referenced in the previous approvals for this particular project. Again, we originally approved this back in 2006. Our median along Rimrock Road did not exist at that time. Circulation, meaning the roadways that we would like to improve or what we deem them as within the city, have also changed since then. I am so sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. Nonetheless, this particular agreement does modify those conditions. In the staff report, it goes into a bit more detail. I didn't want to take too much on the slide, but we do detail quite a few reasons for that change. So Higgins Road developments were removed from the project for several reasons. As referenced, that existing raised center median in Rimrock Road would need to be removed and modified to permit access onto Higgins Road. Higgins Road is also not a through street on the north side of Rimrock because it is segmented between Rimrock Road and Forain. Furthermore, Southern California Edison is on the south side of Rimrock Road, with the Desert Heights Apartments on the north side of Rimrock Road. The proximity of Higgins to these two locations would potentially cause traffic turning and moving conflicts at these two locations. Lastly, there is a high voltage electrical transmission line within an easement on Higgins Road. The transmission line crosses over Rimrock Road from the north and continues south for approximately 1 mile, where it connects to another major transmission line, Any improvements to Higgins Road would require the relocation and undergrounding of the line, which is extremely costly. That being said, Montero Road is the preferred point of access, and it is approximately 1,200 feet east of the project site. I won't elaborate too much on those conditions, but I did want to highlight the primary change on past approvals is going to be those roadway improvements and the, again, modification of them in this particular agreement. And just to recap and provide what those next steps would look like, Lewis Land Developers, of course, intends to take over and complete the long-stalled project, given improved market conditions, and request the City Council approve the proposed development agreement, extending the project's vesting tentative map, and modifying those referenced traffic conditions. In addition, the Planning Commission recommends the development agreement pursuant to Resolution 565-2024. And one thing I do apologize, I didn't capture in the ordinance at time of uploading. You'll see under Section 2, primarily A and B, it references the notices for these items as we are holding them under a public hearing. The notice for the December 9th, 2024 Planning Commission was publicly provided by publication on Sunday, November 24th. Notice of tonight's meeting was provided via publication on Wednesday, January 8th. So I want to make sure that that's noted, as I do apologize, was not included in the ordinance you all have in front of you. But again, that recaps what is in front of you with this agreement, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, with that, do I have any questions from council for staff? Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you. So the tentative map, if we don't approve, could expire, correct? That's the reason why we're doing an ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. So the map needs an extension as a standalone. The map in itself would need an extension. Now we're doing that extension consideration with the development agreement attached to it as well. Previous approvals, previous reviews were solely limited to that vesting tract map, not a development agreement.
Thank you. the other question I had is I read, and the way the recording is stated that Lewis had gone into a purchase contract in September with the prior owners, but I didn't see any documentation or any information as to whether the purchase has already gone through.
And I can let Mr. Summers speak to the language in the development agreement. I can say myself, and we do have the applicant present as well. When they were there at the December 9th Planning Commission meeting covering this item, it was stated that escrow was close to closing within that time frame. So I will let them say for certain where it stands right now.
Closing. Thank you. I
Yeah, the
appreciate
developer
that.
should be able to confirm the date that they purchased it, if they have purchased it, which we believe they have. But if not, the wording of the DA is clear that it does not apply if they haven't bought the land.
No, I read that, but that's why I wanted the
I got
information.
confirmation from Mr. Hoover, who is in attendance, he can answer for that, but they did close escrow on 12/19.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I
but
appreciate that.
it was right after the planning commission meeting, and we couldn't get it in front of the council because of the noticing. So that's why we're all the way into January with this meeting.
And I think the correction needs to be made on that documentation before it's filed, because the way it reads, it states as if they did not purchase that it was pending. I have future questions, but I'll have them for the developers, so thank you.
All right, we'll come back for questions later. Councilmember Noble.
Now, you also mentioned the tentative for a 10-year and an extension of additional 5 if needed. Why the 10?
So in the development agreement, not necessarily the map, I don't want to say map agreement because one doesn't exist right now. The development agreement and the map itself are tied together. So you'll see in the verbiage of the actual development agreement, the term itself is where it references that the agreement of the term shall expire and terminate on the date that is 10 years from the effective date of this agreement. So because the map is included within this development agreement time frame, they're essentially one and the same. The map and the development agreement have that 10-year span. Should we need to evaluate that potential 5-year one-time extension, it will be done at that time. But right now, the development agreement and the map, I should say the development agreement assists us in tying the map together.
Gotcha. Okay, got it.
Seeing no more requests to speak, this is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing at 7:52. Madam Clerk, before we take people in the audience, do we have any written correspondence?
We have no written.
Okay, please call up the public wishing to speak. Now, as the first person comes up, I just want to let everyone know, this is your time to speak, your 3 minutes for public comments. You may ask questions. Direct your questions to the council. This is a council meeting, not a city staff meeting. After your questions, after public comment, we come back to the council with questions. The council will decide which questions will be answered. So in public comments, if your questions did not get answered, you beat up District 1 to District 4 and everybody in between. Staff will answer questions as directed by council. Please call them up.
Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. My main question was one, whether the property was, the attorney said that they purchased the property, but there is no documentation that should be added to this agreement. My second is, this agreement is for 10 years. It's already gone 19 years with other owners. So it'll be a total of 29 years and no guarantee of development. Is there any way that you could put some sort of agreement that they have to build something within a certain time period? And the reason I ask is because for years, people with large developments come in and ask for all this stuff, and they don't build anything. So the people keep on waiting and waiting and waiting. And then after a while, they merge the property back together because it's paying too much taxes on it. So the benefit is all for the developer or the property owner. When does the city get something in return for the taxpayers? We need housing. We need guarantees that housing are going to be built. There should be some sort of time limit where you can put that they have to start this project. They have 10 years to complete it, but they should have a starting date and what they're going to do. That's for the people that you represent, which is us, the taxpayers, asking for housing. The developers give us song and dance year after year. Nothing's done. They come in for these variances and everything else, and you give it to them. Every council has. I've never seen a council deny a developer anything. But it doesn't mean because you let them do it that they're going to do it. We need some sort of guarantee that they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Anyone else?
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you. Hey, Matthew, did your house burn down over there where that fire's in LA? I just curious, and if so, I thought maybe the city would support him a little bit, try to get him back going again. I'm not always fighting you. What happened to the chief? I didn't understand that whole business. So he's...
Mr. Still, the agenda item is on item number 11.
So is he gone or what?
Development agreement.
I couldn't understand. Well, you know, Lewis Homes has a history, if that's the same one. And I'm concerned about them building, you know, and then selling it and then walking away. You know, I don't see how big the units are. I don't see how the doors facing each other, which are going to be nothing but like a penitentiary, a bunch of riots over there every other day. I don't see how it's laid out. I don't see a drawing of it. How many bedrooms, what they've got for the kids. I just don't want to build something and then find out we got 146 families stuck in there. And I didn't see nothing. See, these are the opportunities that we have when these people come in and want to build 146 units. These are the opportunities we can say, hey, give us 10 seniors over there, Section 8. And I think we're missing because there's very little housing in Barstow, especially for the seniors. So I think we're missing an opportunity, you know, instead of just 146 single-family units. And there's nothing mentioned. I haven't seen anything mentioned about security. You know, how it's laid out is very important because you can't put these doors across from each other. It's like a penitentiary, you know, you're gonna have nothing but fights all day long. So I think that's important. I don't see square footage and I don't see anything to do with seniors, nothing. So it's all about the Barstow grab. Smack up 146 units, turn around and sell it and leave it to somebody else, and the city of Barstow's stuck with another ghetto. So I'd like to see a little more information on the size of the units, how many units, you know, what their security is, are there gates there, what they plan on, or are they just going to willy-nilly, helter-skelter build a bunch of units? And because you know how Barstow is, you know, some type of some of the people we have here. Some of them are great and some of them aren't so great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
We have no more comment on this item.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public hearing at 7:59. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions? This will be questions only. Okay, with that, I have a question. Mr. Hildreth, could you explain for Mr. Snell how this would work through building safety, the plan check, everything?
Yeah, so the process in developing a significant amount of homes or apartments or any type of development is they have to go through an entitlement process, which some of this is part of that. Is first they get the track map completed and approved, and then they turn around and they go through a process of after that, then they know how many lots they can do, what size the lots are, et cetera. Then what they do is they go through with the engineering folks and they start spending money on getting it engineered, which are the streets, locations, and how they can maximize things. So then they start talking about, hey, we're going to put, and I hate to be this guy, but the market is what demands what size home, So if there's the senior communities willing to go in those locations, then that's what the market will dictate, what the developer builds. So that's pretty much the process, and it's a long term. You're looking at a year and a half before we actually see anything potentially. So there's a long term process here, and then of course the demand of the market.
Thank you, Mr. Hildreth. I had another question, but I missed Councilmember Hernandez, so I'm going to go to her next, and then I'll come back to me.
I would like to hear from the developer, because I think many of those questions the public had, so.
Did you have questions of him, or you just wanted to hear?
No, I have questions.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, would you please step up? Councilmember Hernandez has the floor for questions for the developer. If anybody else has questions for the developer, please ring in.
Good. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Bill Hoover. I'm with the Lewis Group, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
My first question is, when would you start to build? Because that's a basic question I think the public out here is asking.
Yes, of course. Let me step back a little bit and give you a little history of us and why we're here. Our company is the Lewis Group. We used to be known as Lewis Homes. We sold the home building business in the late 90s, and we became a real estate developer. We developed master plans. We developed subdivisions. We developed multifamily projects, retail projects, industrial projects. About 2 years ago, we were approached by the city to see if we had any interest in Barstow, which we've been in other high desert cities. We're in Apple Valley, we're in Hesperia, we're in Victorville, but we weren't here. And we learned, and have been learning for the last couple of years, about the BNSF Railroad, the big project, and the lack of housing here in Barstow. And when all those people come, where are they going to live? Well, if there's no housing in Barstow, they're going to live in other high desert cities. And so we've been working literally around the clock for the last couple of years with staff and your prior council on working with the city to create housing opportunities here, one of which is the BLM property that we're helping the city acquire out in the Lenwood area. The city will be the purchaser of that property. We're just helping them do that. Ultimately, we have an opportunity that if it works out, we would develop a community out there for you. In the process, we learned of this particular property, this 36 acres up on Rimrock Road, and we became interested in it, candidly, because it has an opportunity to be developed. It's near infrastructure, and it had a map, but the map is going to expire within the next year. And when we were doing our due diligence, we looked around. We do probably business with about 30 different builders in Southern California. We're the largest privately held real estate company in the IE. Excuse me. And we went and talked to all of them. And while they too had Barstow on their radar, they had no current plans to do anything up here. So this matter in front of you tonight is simply a timing element. If this map expires, we don't have any lots when big hits in 28, 29. We're hoping that they don't get delayed. But as you all know, many times these matters do get delayed. They go into litigation for one reason or another, and they get tied up for years. So we basically approached staff and said, look, we want to buy this property, and we want to be prepared to sell it to our home builders when there's demand for housing. And that's why we need the time. We don't want to come back in 2 years and tell you, hey, we thought we only needed 2 years, but you know what? Something happened and something that was out of our control, and we need another 2 years, we need another 2 years. So we're asking for this term so that we have sufficient time that when the demand is here for housing, we have an opportunity for houses to get built here. And so the quick answer to your question is I don't know when we would start, when a house would be started up here. Currently, we don't have any of our home builders that have identified Barstow as a place that they're going to open up a subdivision. And you want somebody of size. There's 146 lots there. If you sold, one a week, it's going to take somebody 3 years to sell those houses. And it'll be the biggest project in Barstow in quite some time. I don't know when. But we're here, and we are putting our money where our mouth is. We went ahead and closed. We're not speculators. We're developers. And so we will be working with staff to, as Mr. Hildreth said, to work forward with engineering and mapping and any further entitlements. And when there is demand here, we want to be ready to have houses go vertical. But I can't sit here tonight and you talked about transparency. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm very transparent.
And I appreciate your honesty. Having been a prior planning commissioner, and when I left, there were 6,100 lots, and that was 2012 to where we're at today. That's why I'm asking the question, and I wanted to make sure about the purchase, because the way our agenda read, it was as if you hadn't finished and completed that escrow.
No, we closed escrow on December 19th.
So I'm glad to hear that and hear it from you, as opposed to what I have here. And also the fact that that tentative map would expire in a year. I appreciate our staff saying on top of that, because I know all then the work to go through the process again to get to where we're at. I see this as a leap of faith on our part for the approval of this in the hopes.
Councilmember Hernandez, are you staying with questions?
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Because that is the biggest question that people have. So that's why I wanted to know. So how do you intend, is there something that you have to do for this tentative tract map, or something you intend to do? Or is it just that you bought the property and you're going to hold on to it?
As I said, we don't speculate. We're not, we're a developer of real estate. So unless we thought there was an opportunity to basically build houses there and create housing there, we would never have closed.
Okay.
Trying to recall the exact question.
Do you have to do something?
We'll be looking,
Are you like grading or?
Oh, for sure.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, we would not, this is a tentative map. What happens is, Mr. Hildreth says, is the next steps we would be doing, there would be final engineering of all the interior streets and utilities and all of that mapping work and improvement plans. And as Genesis said, there's 2 lots on the property that are not building lots. They're actually retention basins because you're
and I understand that.
Very aware of the drainage issues, and so we needed to handle that. And we inherited all this.
Okay.
So we will be working, we're not sure if we like this exact layout. We know that, candidly, as they say, this was done in 2006. The world's changed in 20 years. We may come back and say, look, we know you're doing a general plan update. We know you want a variety of housing. Maybe it's not going to be 146 6,000 square foot lots. Maybe the market really wants to be a variety of different product types so that more people can find home ownership in Barstow that aren't priced out of a larger lot. There might be, you have an ordinance that allows 4,500 square foot lots. So maybe if there's smaller lots, the price point can go down, and maybe somebody can realize home ownership here that might otherwise be priced out. All of that is going to be worked on as we work through now that we own the property.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Sure, happy to be here.
I'm really excited if this comes to fruition, and it is perfect timing with the big project. My question to you is, it talks about Montero Road, which happens to be in my district, but then my neighboring district is where the project, where you just purchased the land. It talks about Montero as being the preferred point of access, and that it would have an extension of Montero Road. Can you explain that in a little more depth as to what that actually means, point of access, and the extension of Montero Road?
I think I'll defer to Mr. Hildreth here. He probably can answer that better than me.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. So currently, while we're doing the general plan as well, there's an element that's a part of the general plan, which is a circulation element. And so what we do is we assess all the routes and arterial roads, standard roads. We assess all of them and look at traffic numbers. So in doing that as well, we looked at this development and we asked PlaceWorks to look at that as well. And also with our engineer, Mr. Merrill, he looked at it. And as Genesis put in her staff report or in the slideshow before, whenever this originally was designed, it showed Higgins, but the flaw with Higgins is that it's a dead end right there. It cannot continue north, and so what circulation elements do is they look at how to get you from point A to point B and not have traffic issues and there's vehicle miles traveled. There's all kinds of different things that we have to factor in. So Higgins made no sense for us to continue to make to go that route, and especially whenever we redesigned Rimrock Road and we put the median in, they would not be able to turn and get out of that development. So what we've asked and what we have looked at is changing our circulation element actually prior to them even asking for that and their interest in this property to Montero. Montero eventually, not because of this development, but for the future development and the plans that staff has for that area, we do believe that a lot of development is going to happen to the south of Rimrock Road, behind Edison and behind their project even. And so we believe that the next arterial road should be Montero Road, and eventually there will be a signal there one day, and that's how we would control traffic. But that's why we have switched it to Montero, because Montero is a four-way stop, or will be a four-way stop whenever that gets developed.
Thank you. And just one more question, Mr. Hildreth. So we have Stringham Park, which is almost going to be like directly across from this project. So I'm sure that we are looking at the safety first, because we do at some point have a lot of children at that park with all the youth sports that are held there. So will there be modifications to Rimrock to ensure that the safety of the children coming and going to the events are in place?
Yeah, so I won't promise anything right now, but whenever the development were to come to fruition, we would do an analysis on that, and there would potentially be things that the engineer can recommend, the city engineer. There's mechanisms you can use. Instead of doing stoplights, you can do, they call them like these Hawk systems, where you push the button and it flashes, everything slows down, those types of things. We would probably look at installing that. Part of this project is, they pay development impact fees. Some of those fees would be utilized, I'm sure, because they pay a park fee, they pay all that to where we can improve the parks, we can do different things. So the city engineer would be making that recommendation whenever that time comes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Pro Tem. I've got Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lewis, you mentioned that the development of the 146 could be, may not happen. It could happen, but it may not happen based on other circumstances, based on just looking at the city as a whole. In a project of 146 unit, in your estimate, how long would that take if you had just say you had a start date and end date? What would be an estimated time frame to build 146 units?
When we model a project, we assume we price it to sell 1 unit a week, so about 50 units a year.
Okay.
So that project would take about 3 years from the day you started selling it to the day you would be sold out.
Okay.
If there are no adverse economic, we're all in these economic cycles, right? Every so often, the housing market slows way down, and there aren't sales. So it all depends on, if you're in a cycle or not. But under normal market conditions, we price the products so that we would get one sale, or the home builder would get one sale a week.
Got you. All right. Thank you. That's all I.
Seeing nobody else requesting to speak, I'll call for a motion in a second.
I so move on item.
A second.
Okay, I have a first by Councilmember Noble, a second by Councilmember Hernandez, and in my beginning, I forgot to read the staff's recommended action, which is staff recommends that the City Council introduce ordinance number 742025, approving the development agreement with Lewis Land Developers LLC for the 146-unit single-family and residential housing project located on the southwest corner of Rimrock Road and Higgins Road, as recommended by the Planning Commission at its December 9th, 2024 meeting. With that, I call for the vote. I'm sorry, it's discussion. And
I have a question for staff.
go ahead.
In the current general plan that we are doing, this is diverse zoning, correct?
No, the currently right now in our general plan, it is zoned as diverse use.
Right.
Our land use designation for what we've been looking at is medium density. So as part of that, yes, it would change a little bit, but this development agreement approves that what they're using or what they're intended to develop. So it's all residential, so to speak, but it's just a higher density. They don't intend to use the diverse use.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could just jump in, just to clarify on the record, the proposed medium-density residential zoning for that site is just that, proposed. That's part of the general plan update and process, subject, of course, to further council review and CEQA processing. And if the development agreement is approved, then they can build the 146. If they want to modify the unit count or unit mix, then they'd come back for modifications to the approvals up through council and planning commission.
Okay, if there's any other discussion, you have to let me know. I prematurely called for the vote, so I don't have one here. Discussion? Okay, see no discussion, I will call for the vote.
Motion to approve item 11 as presented. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 12, a resolution authorizing the execution of a master lease purchase agreement and related documents with Holman Capital for the lease purchase of an Enforcer Pierce Ultimate Configuration Pumper Fire Engine and the lease purchase of a BME International Type No. 3 brush truck. The recommended action item, staff recommends council approve BFPD resolution. I don't have the number for that, we'll get it. authorizing the Barstow City Council to execute master lease purchase agreement and related documents with Holman Capital to finance the acquisition of a Pierce fire engine and the BEM International brush truck with a cost not to exceed a total of $1.7 million, collectively as defined in the discussion selection of this staff report. This is being by the Ms. Harris.
Good evening. So this item before you was once approved earlier this fiscal year. However, the direction was given to pay for this item in cash from fund balance. So I wanted to bring this item back again to you today to present an alternative besides paying with available cash. Of course, if you pay with available cash, you create cash flow issues by paying such a large amount abruptly. So we want to avoid cash flow issues by taking advantage of this discount or this financing that does offer us a discount for the Type 1 engine. The full price for the Type 1 engine is $1,147,500 and change. The discount we would observe is $132,330. That is to pay for this engine up front. However, we also have the Type 3 brush truck, which is an additional $573,000 that is paid for upon delivery, which will be in about 60 days, is what I'm understanding. So we would need to be able to come up with the $1.7 million upfront in order to observe the discount and receive the brush truck. This financing does multiple things for us. It allows us to lock in a price, and given the fiscal environment that we have now, that gives us an opportunity to where we can either refinance in future years when interest rates are lowered, or we can take advantage of this type of financing, and if the city needs to actually purchase a new fire truck, we can extend this type of financing to be able to afford that in future years. However, if we do nothing, we are subject to being absent cash and whatever the current economic issues are. So say, for instance, the Type 1 truck is a 4-year build-out. The price is what it is, but say if we wait until the truck is delivered, and we need to come up with whatever that price is at that time. And not knowing exactly where we'll be in 4 years, it makes better sense to take financing ahead and be able to have the option to refinance or pay off early. The 20-year option does have interest and penalties, but we are not locked into that for the extent of 20 years should we decide to pay it off in earlier years. Our total payment would be about $150,000 annually if we decided to take this financing, which makes that a much more affordable place for us to be with this purchase. So staff is asking to reevaluate these options and consider taking out the financing as it appears in the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Questions from council? I have Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So, Ms. Harris, do you recall in 6 months ago, July 15th of 24, that you had recommended using Measure Q funds to purchase the fire vehicles with the residual funds for the fire engine, the two that we're questioning tonight? Do you recall stating that?
My prior presentation was for financing. I was asked at that time what our fund balance was in Measure Q, which I presented, but my position has always been to finance this vehicle because of the price and cash flow.
Yes. So the presentation was, in fact, as you said, to finance.
Correct.
And in July of 2024, the interest rate during that time was 6.14, correct?
Correct.
and today is 6.24, correct?
That is correct.
Which is a difference of, from July of purchasing it to now, would be a difference of $21,803.60 more, correct?
That is correct.
And the total amount, semi-annual payment, is a difference of $545.09 more if we were to do this today, correct?
That is correct.
Do you also, in July 15th of 2024, recall that you had told the former council that the balance in Measure Q was $8.8 million?
Yes, I do remember.
And you also, do you recall saying that the less, and that this makes sense, that the less resistance in cash flow to avoid cash strapped, and that we could afford to pay it up front because we had the $8.8 million in Measure Q during that Measure Q during that time, which would bring us down to about $6 million. Do you recall saying that?
So I recall stating the fund balance for Measure Q. I do recall saying that there is available fund balance. However, there is a difference between available cash and fund balance in a fund. Fund balance is available, but we do share our cash, our pooled cash accounts with all of the other funds across the city. So that includes everything from wastewater to the general fund. So our Measure Q fund balance was $8 million at the time. And I believe currently it still resides around $8.8 million. But if we were to just issue a check today for $1.7 million, we are impacting the ability to take care of all of the other funds that we have needs. So it's not that simple just to.
So in July of 2024, we spoke of residual funds.
Right.
Can you explain what residual funds mean?
So year over year, Measure Q receives a set amount of revenues. It's on average about $10 million a year. In the past, since Measure Q's inception, not all those dollars have been spent. So what happens is the remaining balance from what is spent out of that fund versus what the fund receives in revenues becomes a fund balance. And so those accrue over the years to create what we see today in our fund balance.
And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but the longer you had said that the longer the payments are spread out, the lower the payment. However, the more that we pay in interest. Is that correct?
In the long run, yes. If we do carry the loan out for 20 years, we would pay the full amount of interest due that I believe is demonstrated in the packet there.
And you also had said in July of 24 that the savings, and it's also here tonight, that the savings would be $130,000 if we prepaid the vehicles at $1,700,000.
Correct. So what we would do is the financing would allow us to receive the cash up front, which we would use to then pay for the two items and receive the discount while we paid basically the note over the course of the next 20 years or less, should we pay earlier.
Okay, thank you for that. So how much would it be significantly more if we do the 20 years? I'm looking at the numbers now, but can you tell me how much more we would pay in interest with a 20-year loan?
So if you go to packet page 78, there's an amortization schedule there. And this outlines how much interest is paid over the course of the full the payment schedule. So you see that there's 40 payments, which means there's 20 years. We pay biannually. So the payment looks, if we decided to pay for the entire 20 years and not pay early, the grand total on the interest component would be $1.299178.
1.2?
Yes, $1,299,000.
And if I'm looking at the payments on the first column, the grand total is $2,999,000.
That's total, so that's interest and payment combined.
Correct. So
Yeah.
if we were to finance it, that's how much these two apparatuses would cost us versus us paying it out as
Yes.
we had voted in on July, correct?
Yes,
Of
if we took it,
1,700,000?
if we took it to the full 20 years, that would be the amount. However, if we pay it earlier, so say for instance, we were to pay it in 10 years, you could have that amount.
I have a question for Chief Cisneros. And thank you, Ms. Harris. In July, you had mentioned that the Type 1 fire truck, about approximately $115,000, with a 3.5 to 4 years build time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that the Type 3 brush, which is a four-wheel drive, is approximately about $575,000 with less than 90-day turnaround if we were to purchase it.
That's correct, once secured funding is
Right.
applied.
Thank you. How many fire trucks or fire vehicles are we currently paying on that we're actually paying through
Financing.
through financing?
We actually have one truck now, and we paid for a couple of different assets with the truck for repair. I believe it was a lift and a rebuild on the apparatus.
We're currently paying on that one?
Correct.
What do we owe on that truck that we are paying on?
As of today, I believe it's about $1.4 million still.
And how much would it have cost had we paid for it out front?
Oh, that information I don't have in front of me.
And so how old is this vehicle now? Because we're repairing it, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
There was a repair.
There's
and
a total of 2 fire engines. One is a brand-new fire engine, and one was what we call an in-frame refurb, which is an older fire engine, which we've total head-to-toe refurbed, minus the engine. So we've repaired the pump, we repaired the chassis, we've done all new lighting. Some exterior anesthetics have been applied to it as well, to update it to safety standards. So that one is approximately, that's a 2007, I believe. And then that's the refurb. And then the newer engine is is about 3 years old from time of build, but we've been in possession for about 1.5 years, 2 years.
So it's my understanding that the one truck, the one that's 3 years old, is the one that we're still currently financing.
Correct.
And the refurb, do we own that outright?
We actually financed the refurb, so we had to take out the loan to pay the cost of refurbishing the older truck.
So we have a loan for 2 fire trucks, not one?
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had told me one.
There's one new truck and one refurbished truck.
So 2 trucks that
Yes.
we're financing?
Yeah.
Okay. Chief Cisneros, what's the Type 1 life expectancy?
Typical life expectancy is about a 15-year-old for a brand-new vehicle, from the point of purchase to the point of in-service to the end of life. We've gone far and beyond that, to where we haven't had a significant replacement program since the history of the department that anyone could correct as far as legacy employees. So we do have some current reserve apparatus that have extended beyond that, and which are about a 2002, 2009, and we even have a 1992. As you probably see the white fire engine driving around town on occasion. We call White Lightning, and she's a 1992 rig, which is about end of her life and has been beyond her life, but she's still trucking along.
Thank you. And the Type 3, is that a male or female? What's the life expectancy on this one?
The life expectancy is on any fire engine, so that's about a 15-year lifespan as well. Obviously, with that vehicle, it does get beat up a little bit more due to the type of vehicle it is, where it's off-road quite more often, and it's getting beat up by, climbing hills, driving in, severe environments in the timber, in the brush, and off-road. So they're typically about 15 years as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Ms. Harris on some more questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So the old council, the past council, unanimously and I have it here, we unanimously approved to pay for both the Type 1 and Type 3 vehicles to purchase them. So the fire department should have already received a Type 3 vehicle. If it took, 60 days? Should have already received that long ago, had we purchased it like the council had directed.
We
Correct?
actually do have a purchase order. So from that approval, we created a purchase order, which let South Coast, which is the company that is building the engines, know that we are ready to purchase. So the purchase order was given, I just believe there was some type of delay on the build-out. So we're still waiting for the Type 3. So there hasn't been a delay as far as our request. It's just, we just don't have the actual financing available right now.
So it took us 6 months after we've approved it to come back to the new council to say we don't have financing. However, remind me, in July of 15th, we were told 8.8 million in Measure Q, and the directive was to purchase it, which would bring us back down to 6 million. And then it was promising that we would get a couple of more million in the next quarter. So it would bring us back up to the 8 million, if not more, potentially to 10, and I believe that's what I remember happening in July. So I guess my next question would be, how much do we currently have in Measure Q today?
So I have not looked at the fund balance today, but I have just recently put together a Measure Q report. And last week, I believe the fund balance was still around $8 million. That was before this purchase and before the expected expenditures for this year have been equated. So I'm predicting that at the end of this year, our fund balance will be around $6 million. With all of the budgeted items that are already there, minus the fire truck, of course.
How long does it take to do a purchase order? 6 months?
No, the purchase orders were completed after that last council meeting,
So why didn't we purchase them?
we're still, well, so the Type 1 engine is not available, it's 4 years. So we waited, so I've talked to the owner of South Coast several times. And he's informed me that the price of the engine is the price. How we want to pay for it is up to us. We could pay for it in 4 years. We can pay for it right now. If we pay for it right now, we get the discount. But the price is the price. The purchase order initiates the build out, and they are currently building that out.
So maybe I should ask a different question. Why did we not pay for it when the council had unanimously said to pay for it
So
6 months ago?
6 months ago, we were in our summer season, which I don't know if you're aware, but our property tax payments, which is basically the #1 income for the city, does not come over the summer. Our first payment for property tax is around November. So the city literally goes maybe 3 to 4 months without large amounts of revenue source that come in from our property tax disbursements. So if that check were to be released over the summer, when it was initially approved, we would have been cash strapped. So it was the decision to wait till our property tax came, since we were under no penalty from South Coast to pay for it when funds were available, and to make sure that other things were met. We have an arrangement with other companies where we make large payments up front in lieu of receiving refunds. And so we had to work through some issues with receiving timely returns on those payments. So it was without, it was with a full consideration that we did not make those payments.
Thank you. So my next question would be, so that was, we were waiting, and it was the summer, and we all understand what happened there. At what point in time was there a plan to come back to the former council to let them know that, oh, all of a sudden, we are now going to be cash-strapped when we were looking at residual funds that we had available to now being cash-strapped. Because I don't recall being informed as a former council that that things kind of shifted, because at what point in time did we make a decision not to keep the council abreast of what was going on because we made a decision to purchase?
So I have spoken, I've had several conversations with staff and management about bringing this back to council. And there was a timing issue. Of course, the holidays were there, but I was prepared to bring this earlier. And I was told to wait due to elections to make sure that council was stable and ready. So here I am.
I'm sorry that you were put in that position. So I think I'll wait. That's enough. I'll wait for discussion to discuss this more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Williams.
The voters didn't pass Measure Q for us to put an additional $1.2 million of money as a punishment. That's what it is. If you would make the payments, it's a punishment. What would you do? Someone from staff can answer this one. If you don't spend the money up front, what do you need? What would you do with the 1.7 million that you would have in the coffer? Mr. Holden?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So if you go payments, you're gonna have 1.7 million in your pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you do with that money that's in the coffer?
I'll go first, and then
Okay.
Ms. Harris can elaborate if I miss something. I believe what the city's intentions or what staff's thought process is if we were to, the bill's not due. We don't owe that money today. So that money is earmarked, so to speak, and it's sitting in that savings account off to the side until the payment's due. We don't have to pay that 1 point however much million up front. So that money's sitting there and it's earmarked and the city can't touch it. So it just sits there in the bank account getting not even 0.5%, I think. The idea was behind our staff meetings and what we've been discussing is to potentially take that money, finance it. You can turn around and pay off that finance in 2 years if you don't want to pay more interest on that. So there's options that you can do different things, but our intention was to go to Measure Q meeting, the committee, I think it was last week. We wanted to go there and present some ideas to show them what we could do with the money and brief the Measure Q committee. That meeting got canceled because there wasn't a quorum. So this item came forward before we were able to talk to the committee. But our idea, staff's idea with this is to maximize that money, utilize it for other things. For example, we have streets, we have park improvements, we have multiple different things that Measure Q money was intended to use for that we have not spent that money on. So we have we thought that we would present it to council for a consideration if you wanted to take the money and keep that money sitting in the savings account earmarked sitting there, or use it, maximize it, and make payments, and then if we get additional revenue, pay it off, or we're looking for council's direction.
So no matter what, you're still obligated that $1.7 million to hold it.
We bought the trucks, so we have to make the payment, or we have to pay for it in one way, either finance or cash.
Right. So if even with finance, you still got to hold that 1.7 million, correct?
No, as long as we can make the payment, just like in your.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why you want to do it. You need the money.
Well, let me rephrase.
Okay.
We don't need that money to make payments or make payroll or to use that money for anything like that is ongoing costs, right? Our intention was to use that money to maximize that dollar and to spend it on other infrastructure and things like that. And then when additional monies come in from Measure Q, that would be making that payment. And or projects happen, the elephant in the room, the BNSF project happens, the city's going to have money that we could pay off that truck 15 years sooner than 20 years, so, but at the end of the day, staff is here for council's direction, and we're presenting the idea of maximizing that dollar and utilizing it in other places, yes.
That was a great job of saying you need the money. I appreciate that. What is the income for 2025 for Measure Q?
This year we budgeted $10,100,000 revenue.
We don't see a problem with making that, do we?
No.
So with 8 million currently, we're just going to guess, and 10 million additional, that's $18 million, correct?
Yeah, just about. And we have just over $12 million of expenses for this year that are expected.
Okay. If we prove the finance side of it, how much money do we save if we paid it off, let's say, 4 years? Maybe don't give you the 20 years. Maybe you get 2 years. Is that a problem?
No, it isn't a problem. We can pay off as early as we like. We just can't make like large lump sum payments to get to the payoff. We have to pay it off when we're ready.
$130,000 in savings if we do pay it off, correct? What do we pay it off in 2 years? What would be the savings then? Or is there a savings? It's either pay it off, get the savings?
Well, we pay up front to get the lower initial price, but we would want to pay early to avoid the additional interest.
So last thing I got for you is, you said something to the effect that if we did do the loan, it's almost $3 million, correct? Total
With interest and principal.
$3 million.
Right.
Or we can spend $1.7 million.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Rose, for the history. Your understanding and mine is the same. And my understanding at the time was that the money was there, and put aside. I know for myself, when I put money aside, I'm not going to spend it. And what you're basically telling me is we don't have that big cash flow because we actually are using that money from Measure Q to pay city bills in general. Is that correct?
Not in so many words.
Well, because otherwise we should be able to just pay it just because we haven't gotten it yet. Then my point is, why can't we put it aside? And when it is finished, okay, the money is there and we pay it. What are the complications within the way the city pays its bills that doesn't allow for that?
So when I say cash flow, what I'm referring to is the fact that revenue is not, so we budget at the beginning of the year. We have an expectation that we're going to receive X and we're going to spend Y. Those dollars don't just drop in. They come in over a course of time.
No, and I understand that. So that's my issue. If we know it's going to come in at this time and whatever, that you still can put money aside. I understand about the paying bills in general, right? My thing is, why aren't we putting the money aside so when it is finished, like you said, we have to purchase, it's a matter of time, that we can pay it in a lump sum? That's what I don't understand.
That's a different approach. We can certainly do that. if we decide to take a different tactic. We would not be able to take advantage of the upfront, but the 130,000, I
Yeah,
guess.
because that's why we said yes, because we were gonna save now. Now, I am completely taken off guard that this is coming up in this manner. It really is. Because, yes, staff should have informed us of what was happening. I don't like to be blindsided, and that's what I
Councilman
feel.
Hernandez, please stay with questions.
Why can't we pay it in that manner?
We can, if that's the approach that you want to take.
Because that makes much more sense than us continuing to pay interest. We can't write it off taxes, we can't write it off anything. All we're doing is taking away funds that could be used for other purposes. So that's my question, why can't we do it in that manner?
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Rose. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Sorry. So this is still questioning. Chief Cisneros, have you been kept abreast as to why you have not received the 2 apparatus vehicles that the former council had approved?
We've had continuous talks, and we've had some hurdles with some of the vendor, South Coast, with some paperwork issues. Has been getting lagged up, and there's been some confusion on their behalf. Some ordering issues. We've had to actually address some things with some specific, I guess, paint schemes to address what our normal stuff is, and they actually painted the rig the wrong color, which lagged up. So they didn't even take order, and they just went ahead and painted the vehicle itself, and this is the Type 3, painted the vehicle, and it was 100% the wrong color. So that lagged it up about 6 weeks.
Thank you. So you were aware that there was delay because of the things that you just spoke about, but were you aware that the money is now being considered cash-strapped?
Not so much term to cash trap, but I think maybe a different fiscal strategy as far as maybe having some liquid cash in the pocket just for a case of emergency fund or anything of that nature.
Thank you. So, Mr. Summers, I have a question for you. Councilman Williams had said, there's a problem. Absolutely, there's a problem. My question to you is, who has the authority to reverse a decision of the council? A decision was made in July 15th of 2024 to buy both of these purchases, saving the $130,000, paying at that time the 2.149 interest versus now having to pay, if we decided, 6.24 interest. Who has the authority? Is it the council that had the vote to pay it, or was it staff in meetings that were making decisions that against what the council had already given direction to staff to do? Who has the authority? Is it the staff in their meetings or the council's decision?
Only the council can override a council decision. So it's the council's decisions that must be enforced by staff. As is happening now, staff can bring them back for conversations, but only the council can change a council decision.
Thank you. So it coming back 6 months later, blindsided because of staff meetings and the decisions they've made within the walls of City Hall, still does not supersede the former council's decision to purchase these at $1.7 million, saving us $130, correct? Unless we approve something different tonight. Is that correct?
Staff's direction continues to be to make the purchases outright in cash unless the council provides alternative direction.
And one last question for you, Ms. Harris. You said that did I hear 18 million that's going to be in the Measure Q projected?
No. So there's 8 million there now. There's 10 million that is expected to come in revenue. However, that is throughout the course of the fiscal year. So at no point in time will we have $18 million in fund balance in Measure Q. There's $12 million, just over $12 million of expenditures budgeted. So at my last projection, Measure Q should end up with a fund balance of $6 million at year end.
So my question to Mr. Hildreth, you mentioned that you were, that the staff was wanting to take this to the Measure Q meeting, but we did not have a quorum. So was this the only time that you wanted to take it to Measure Q? Or was there other dates that we could have taken it to Measure Q for just for their review?
So my understanding, and I'm not privy to everything that has gone into this item, but my understanding is that, as Ms. Harris stated, is that she already had this item ready to go prior to December. We all had some items ready to go, but we were waiting for the Measure Q meeting, or the committee meeting. So we've all had items dating back to in November and December. We've had items ready to go, present and for consideration. And I think there was a little bit of confusion, and Ms. Harris can correct me if I'm wrong, but we did what council asked. We've already sent in the POs. We purchased everything. We've done all that. So nobody overrid the decision of council. We already 100% did what council directed. What we are asking is that we have an ability to finance this now, and we would finance it instead of having to write that final check, basically, if I'm correct in that.
Absolutely.
So nobody's changed the council's decision. We moved forward with it 100%, sent in the PO, everything's done. Whenever the bill comes, then we write the check for the cash, basically. All we're saying now is in the meantime, there's another option of we could actually finance. So it's like you going and buying a car at Toyota, buying the car, 2 months later you're like, hey, I'd rather have some cash because I want to fix my yard, and you go finance the car now at your bank or whatever. That's exactly what staff is asking. So we in no means disregarded what council asked. We already moved forward with what what council's direction was. An opportunity's come up to where we can potentially use a loan to now use that money in another way. And I apologize if we didn't make that clear at the beginning, but we have already moved forward with the direction. There's another option on the table, and that's where we're bringing before you.
And my final question to Ms. Harris. Give me one moment. When I just recently, just this evening, asked how much do we currently have in Measure Q, you said that you didn't have that in front of you. How soon can you get a Measure Q presentation in front of this council so we understand where the funds are being spent? And because I personally would like to have a full picture of all the Measure Q, of where it's being spent, what the balances are, and where they're being transferred into other budget items. How soon can you have a presentation? If this council decided to make that direction, how soon can you have that presentation?
So I believe Mr. Hildreth spoke of this, but we had a Measure Q presentation prepared for last week, and we did not have a quorum. So that presentation is still standing and ready. So as soon as we can get something together, we can have that presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Williams.
I hope this is not beating you guys up or anything else. I'm just going to go back to the question one more time. For the public, if we do this, what are the planned benefits of that $1.7 million? Give me some examples of what we could do, because you can only spend Measure Q a certain way. So it's not like you can do too many things. So what are those benefits so the public would know a better quality of life for them?
Well, just for instance, this year alone, we spent $850,000 on the parks, and that includes everything from the Lillian Park with the dugouts, redoing the fields. We're doing much more planned items within Measure Q that have been prioritized on our list for the year. And we do actually have an ask for more of those funds for other activities similar to that, to finish up these projects that were prioritized by council. So as you can see, if we can't spend the money, we can't spend the same dollar twice. So we'll have to reprioritize some of those prior arrangements.
Did we move 1.2 million out of reserve, to put it in reserves for police and fire in case of emergency, for them to pay the salaries for 3 months?
For Measure Q, no, that did not happen.
That did not happen?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see no one else in the queue. A couple questions myself. When do you lock in the interest rate on the finance?
So this interest, the interest rate was locked in when I asked for the new paperwork to be drawn up from Holman Capital. I believe it expires on the 30th of this month. So if we do not make the decision today, we are subject to a different interest rate.
Okay, and that could be beneficial, being that the bond market has improved by about 1 basis point in the last several days. Is there a penalty? We're locked in. Is there a penalty to lose the lock?
If the interest rate is lower at the time that the funding occurs, we will receive the lower interest. This is according to the date that this information was pulled.
Okay, but the rate was locked, so
yeah, we don't go
during
up.
the process of the paperwork,
Mhm.
the increase happened during that. What point? What had to be signed to lock in the rate?
I believe it was, I want to say it was the 10th of the month, either the 2nd or the 10th of this month.
Okay. Now, in the past couple or several years, has the city and council had a policy of financing or paying cash for large vehicle and equipment purchases?
We have financed almost every large vehicle that is here, even some of the smaller vehicles. Currently, we have a lease of 54 vehicles from Enterprise. So all of the police vehicles are leased, and some of the fire vehicles that we currently have. So
Any idea if the council in the last couple or a few years had a policy to pay cash versus lease and finance? I'm not going to say would we be in the red. How many millions of dollars would we be in the red?
oh, yeah, that's a whole different analysis. But yes, the lease is to take advantage of having liquid cash for today's needs versus, having those dollars locked in that cannot be used for future needs. So it's just like I was saying before, we can take advantage of spending liquid cash on some of those items that have been prioritized for the parks and the streets and things like that. Or we can spend it all on one item and plan for those things maybe later on in the future date.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to know, like Rose said, what gave staff the right to change the terms when a majority of the council decided to purchase a vehicle? 3 of the council members are still on the council when they had decided to purchase the vehicles. And the vehicles were listed at 1.7 million, and with the 130,000, it was only 1.57 million we were actually paying for it. So we were saving nearly half, because it's $1.4 million we were actually saving by paying for these vehicles. Another thing nobody's mentioned is life expectancy of these vehicles. It's only 15 years. So if you take a 20-year mortgage, you'll be paying for 5 years for a vehicle you can't use, plus you have to buy new vehicles. That doesn't make any sense. There's no good business sense, put it that way. Finance director says that we had cash flow problems. Well, our tax money comes in, like we all know, in December we have to pay our taxes. In April, we pay the second half. So the money should have been there. For her to say it wasn't there, I don't understand. Most of all is we had $8.8 million in the Measure Q, and you're only spending $1.7 million. That left us $6 million. Why don't we have the $6 million? Why is it using redevelopment funds to back up general fund money? Because that's what it seems like to me, because you don't have the money. Money should have been set aside a long time ago. It should be there. You shouldn't be making excuses that we can't do it. We have to do other things with it. No, we don't. You have to do direction that council gives you because they set policy. That's what they're here for. They're elected by the public to represent the people. They made decisions. They should be followed out. And you shouldn't give them away a loophole out of it. Another thing I want to know is, why is the Measure Q spending $12 million and only taking in 10? We're running a 20% minus, so that $6 million is only going to last 3 years. I think you got to look at the Measure Q and say there are items in there that need to be taken out. And it's been a long time in coming since Measure Q was put into play. It's been used like a piggy bank for the general fund, and that has to stop. They can only spend what they come in, and they should save 10% of it to have a surplus in case of a rainy day. They shouldn't have a rainy day now. You're just taking advantage of the system, and that needs to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Bring this back to council for questions. More questions? Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Rose, questions? Just questions. Okay. I don't see any questions. We won't go to discussion unless we have a motion. However, please note, I will allow a motion for discussion if no one wants to motion on approval for the agenda item.
Make a motion.
Your motion's for approval?
Yes.
Second.
I have a motion for Councilmember Hernandez, a second from Councilmember Noble to approve the agenda item as presented by city staff. And we'll go to discussion. I have Councilmember Rose. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So here's the discussion. I'm extremely disheartened and saddened that we are here today discussing this item again. I'm equally saddened and more so concerned of our Measure Q funds and how we're spending those funds. That's why I'm asking for a presentation. And I'm going to need to get a second for that presentation.
Then discussion and
Yes,
comments, please.
Yes, but I'll need to get that, and I'll ask for that shortly. But I'm extremely disappointed that we're here today because when I raised my hand for the second term, I raised it to say that I'm going to protect and uphold the Constitution of the United States, rules, laws of the state of California, and to protect taxpayers' money. When the former council approved to pay this cash, because we had $8.8 million in Measure Q, and we were told this was residual money that was there, that we could pay for it outright, the decision was unanimous, right here, unanimous, to pay for it in full. That would then saved us from paying the interest of financing. It would get our fire department the so needed vehicles that they need. Let me remind you that we just recently had devastation in Los Angeles, up in those counties, and we have somebody in this room that lost their very home. LA mayor had said they were not prepared for these fires because they were short-staffed and did not have the vehicles necessary to provide the resources that were needed more so. Our fire department here in Barstow, Mr. Cisneros, if I'm not or Chief Cisneros, if I'm not mistaken, if one truck is here and one truck is on the other side, we rely on Fort Irwin, the Marine Base, and even Victorville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So purchasing these vehicles should have happened, and yes, we say we have the purchase orders. I am not in favor of going further into debt to purchase more or to get the loans, because first of all, staff has not been able to answer how much we owe on the 2 trucks that we spoke about earlier. How much do we owe on these trucks that we're paying, and how much interest? We have no idea what we're paying right now on those. Coupled with, if we were to agree tonight to approve this, that's more money that we owe. And Councilman Hernandez had quoted in July, and I agreed with her, she did not want to put future councils in debt. I don't believe this council should be putting us in debt when we have the money to pay it off, and we know that we're projected to get more in Measure Q. That's what Measure Q is about. Measure Q was not to be our general fund. Though it is a general measure, it was not meant to pay all of our bills. There were specific reasons why Measure Q was voted in by the people. And I'm urging this council to uphold what the voters want us to do with Measure Q, and I'm urging this council to uphold what the former council gave directive to do, and that's to pay for these 2 trucks up front, saving us $130,000, which brings the balance down to $1,400,000 and change, versus paying $299 million if we approved it tonight. That makes no sense whatsoever. So that's what I have to say. I am not in favor of this because the former council gave a directive, and I'm not going to go against what the former council had said, and I am going to be in favor of our fire department to get them what they need, because heaven forbid we find ourselves in a situation in Barstow that we cannot provide the safety that we need for our community, the community that pays the 1% into Measure Q every time they buy something. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I appreciate that the mayor made the point that we've usually gotten loans for the fire departments and whatever. But the situation was not presented to us in that manner, and that's the issue here. We were led to believe that we could pay the cash, and we were all excited that we were going to get a $132,000 discount. I would have had no hesitation, right? But if you're told one thing and now this is brought before us, and I'm not blaming staff or whatever, but I'm saying that's the information you gave us. And I trust that what you tell me is what's going to happen, and that's not what's happening. This was an exception to the rule. And we were all excited and say, well, isn't this wonderful? We're going to save money. Councilman Williams says, well, what can we do with 1.7? No, this is about what we were going to save then, the $132,000 that could be used for something else. And I have the same concern. How much in debt are we with the fire department making payments? Because we made those decisions because the fire department needed it and public safety was the most important to our community. So if we're not presented with, so if we're not given the facts, and we go and trust and we go that that's what's going to happen. I understand that funding comes in different time frames, depending on, you know, property tax. I understand all that. That's my issue is we said we had it, put it aside, it would have been paid, and who knows what else is going to come up. Because we can't continue to get in debt. That's why we have a budget, and when the next item will say, okay, we budgeted and we have the money. So I don't like when you say, well, we purchased it. Yeah, but then you're telling me go into debt and pay interest. Is there a penalty? And how much in debt can we go into? I felt very strongly about putting our residents into debt if we have the ability, and we were told we had the ability to do that. So it's nothing personal, but this is about doing the right thing for my city.
Councilmember Williams?
First of all, I appreciate the staff for trying to bring extra money. That I think we need to, you know, make sure you guys are will think for that, and that's your job. So you're giving us options, and that's what you're supposed to do. I just want to clarify one more time. We have $8 million now. Is what we think we have. You can't spend the $1.7 million of that money for Measure Q, but it's got to be something that's related back to Measure Q. So you can't do a lot of different things with it. We know that. You're going to spend $3 million over 20 years to save $1.7 million. And I don't think that's a smart thing to do. But I really would love if you guys would have came to me today and had something with that $1.7 million that you could have done. I know you're saying parks, but trust me, our parks are looking better already now. I don't know how much more you're going to spend on that unless you're building brand new bathrooms and everything else, but it's just not smart, in my opinion, and it's not right to the public that voted on Measure Q, and now we're going back and do this. But I want to say one more time, that's your job as staff, is to bring us opportunities to save money or to figure out how to stretch our dollar, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I just want to clarify, if I understand staff correctly, the process to purchase these vehicles has been going on. There was no delay. To scold staff for a delay, if I've heard them correctly, is wrong on our part. What they're bringing back is the finance without a delay in the purchase. So we should listen to staff, and I'm hearing us scold them for something they say did not happen. Now, I want to be sure the council's clear. I got a motion, and the motion is to approve the lease purchase agreement. But as I hear discussion, I don't believe that's how you're going to vote. I want to let the council know you don't have to bring an item to the dais, but you want to discuss it. I will allow a motion for discussion. So you don't have to motion for approve if you do not intend to approve. But with that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion to approve item 12 has failed.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 13, approval of purchase of a CCTV truck equipment. The recommended action by staff is authorize the purchase of the new CCTV van from Hacker Equipment by approving $383,032.21 from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund, and authorize the city manager or designee to issue the intent to purchase and the authority to execute the necessary agreement when the equipment becomes available. And who's presenting on this? Please.
Our plant superintendent, Wesley Garrison.
Good evening, Mayor, council team, and city officials. As Chris said, I'm Wesley Garrison, the plant superintendent for the wastewater department. I'm here tonight to seek council's approval to purchase a new CCTV closed-circuit television vehicle from Haker Equipment. This equipment will give us the surveillance to protect the city's assets. This equipment will give us the surveillance to prevent sewer spills. And our greatest security in preventing sewer spills is protecting human health. Any questions?
Councilmember Noble.
No, I just want to get a better understanding of what this is. You say a CCTV. What is it? A monitor that we use to look at various items at the water plant?
No, it's a robotic tractor with a underwater camera, and we deploy it in the city's collection system to surveillance the maintenance of the system, check for cracks, offsets, breakages in the pipe, root intrusion. So we come up with a preventative maintenance plan to clean the city sewers and replace sewer lines.
Is this something that's used in other cities? Is this something that is new? Yes.
No, it's not new, and it's used across the country.
So what are we using now?
Currently, we have 9-year-old equipment that is not in service. It's of substandard equipment, lower end. We're always having problems with it, and it's currently out of service. It was a 2010 Ford van that past supervisors retrofitted surveillance equipment in for the city.
And with this will allow us to do a better assessment of cracks and things that are underwater.
Yes, assessment of our collection system, cleaning intervals and such.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Williams.
How does this piece of equipment make your job easier?
Protecting the human health. I mean, if I can camera, so the city owns 126 miles of collection systems, right? So we implement a plan to surveillance half of the system a year, and we're not even doing like 4% of our system currently.
So these are the ponds you're talking about? No?
No, the city's collection system.
Oh, okay.
The sanitary sewer purveyor, the maintenance and surveillance on that.
So I'll elaborate just a little bit more to help Wes out a little, is we currently, so all the sewer lines, so your residential home, our commercial structures, everything ties into the city's, and that's private. That all ties into the city's controlled sewer mains that we have running through the streets. What this piece of equipment does is it's a vehicle that's actually designed to do this. It has all the camera equipment, everything's built onto the vehicle. And what Wes's team will do is they'll go out, they'll pop the manholes, they camera every single foot of the city's responsibility of the sewer lines. Currently, what he's been utilizing is a vehicle that was retrofitted, that was in the fleet back in 2000. It was a 2010 vehicle. We didn't have that capability before. And so what past staff did was we retrofitted an existing vehicle to try to make it work for what our purpose is. Wes is budgeted accordingly, and in his budget that he has currently already been approved, we approved. It was budgeted for a $400,000 vehicle. With Wes is going through the purchasing price, we got it for $382,000. So we're actually saving a little bit of money from what we already budgeted. But this equipment will be what it's intended for, not a retrofit of trying to make something work. This is actually built for what he needs, which is to prevent sewer spills. If you don't, it gets into a lot of technical stuff, but if we have any sewer that backs up and hits the street, we get fined. So this vehicle and this equipment helps prevent that to where we can save money in the long run.
Give me an idea what the cost of fines are.
I'm not that savvy in this, so I'll let Wes jump on back on that.
What is some of the cost for a fine that we're looking at if it backs up?
The last time I saw the fine fees were like $10,000 per gallon.
Have you seen any backups, sewage in those lines recently in the last 3 or 4 years?
Yes.
You answered my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, I have a question. So I'm reading that, and I believe Mr. Hildreth has already answered, but there was $400,000 that has been allocated from the wastewater fiscal year 25 into that budget line item.
Correct.
And this would cost $383,000 and some change. And the fiscal year of 25 ends what month?
June 30th.
June 30th. So, sir, do you foresee anything else that you may need between now and then, because you're not going to have any more funds until the end of fiscal year or the beginning of the new fiscal year if more money was allocated?
We do have the West Pond Pipeline funded for FY25 as well.
Everything that Wes intends to do for the remainder of the fiscal year has been budgeted. If there's anything abnormal that pops up, an emergency or something, we would come back to council and ask for a budget allocation change. But everything that is currently in our budget is what or Mr. Garrison intends to accomplish in FY25.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. This is a subject matter I understand. I spent enough time with the waste plant. I want to thank you that you brought this up. Nobody's mentioned the fact that even when you retrofit it, you needed to send it to Georgia to get repaired, and it would take forever to come back. So I want to congratulate you, Wesley, on the fact that you got a company.
Councilmember Hernandez, is there going to be a question there?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
How long have we not completed those inspections that we should have been doing?
One sec, sorry. So we started seeing a decline in the equipment in 2023. 2023, we only cameraed out of 665,000 feet of the sewer system, we only cameraed 1,500 feet. 2024, we cameraed and did inspections on only 21,000 feet out of 665,000 feet. We currently have been without the equipment for 3 to 4 months as of now.
Right. And the expense if something happens, as you said, those fines.
Yeah, $10,000 per gallon.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
And my question is along what she just mentioned, and this one CVC TV camera will accomplish what needs to be done overall? Or are we talking, we still have to utilize that retrofitted one that you were talking about as well?
So the camera is spec'd out from 4-inch to 36-inch. Our collection system is 8-inch to 33-inch. So it's well within range to cover all of our collections pipes. The current equipment, I believe, will gut it out, and it probably will go out to auction. My plan is with the 2010 van to turn it into a spill response vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
See no more questions. Do we have any questions or comments from the public?
We have no comment on item 13.
Okay. Councilman Williams, are you going to have a question or discussion? Okay, I call for the vote. I'm sorry, I call for a motion.
I so move
I
to
second.
approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Rose and a second by Councilman Hernandez. And again, my board's been cleared because I called for the vote ahead of time. I know, Councilmember Williams, you're in for discussion. If anyone else wants discussion, let me know.
I just want to tell you did a great job. The concerns that you brought up about the fines alone, 100 gallons spill could be devastating. I like what you're doing with the van. This is what our public wants to know. I know it takes a long time, it's boring and everything else, but the cost of not doing this could be major fines for us. And you should be commended for what you did. Of course, Mr. Eldred, the same thing. You guys should be very proud. We got great staff. This is one example of making sure that the public's aware of what's going on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have discussion?
Can I make a comment?
This is discussion time. Yes, comments are allowed.
Thank you. I'm going to bring up the fact of the repairs in Georgia and that we weren't made aware of how long you had been without an equipment that you needed. So I hope that you trust in us, that you come and tell us, and we're proactive, not reactive, which is what happened in this type of situation, and not because I didn't ask the questions of where were we with the waste treatment plant. So I know you're doing a great job, and the CCTV can be serviced 86 miles from Barstow. Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments by council? I want to thank you, and I just want to let the public know, we haven't had a street committee because our first street committee would have been on January 1st, but I plan to check with staff to have a very aggressive street improvement project. Now, I was on council the last time we had a very aggressive street improvement project, and I believe we had to contract the CCTV because we did not even have the equipment we have now. And if we're going to do streets, it's important that we look under those streets. For example, when we did the area south of the high school, and that was the original clay pipes, we found the water, or the sewage, I should say, not water, was just running because that's the path that the flow had drawn. Some pipes were not even there anymore. So we got to get under the streets, find out what we have under the streets before we put up a new street. So I hope the council will approve this, and with that, I will call for the vote.
Motion to approve item 13 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Bring it up in public comment. Council comment. Okay, item 14. This is our planning commissioner vacancy. The recommended action is the selection committee recommends the city council appoint Patrice Lind and Ted Westman as planning commissioners for one term to end on December 31st, 2028. May I ask who's presenting this?
That will be me.
Ms. Hernandez, please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. As you recall, council had a meeting on October 7th where staff notified the council that 2 seats were going to become vacant at the end of the year of 2024. Council instructed staff to advertise the vacancies, in which we did receive 4 applications. At the time, also, council selected Councilmember Noble and Councilmember Hernandez to sit on the committee to make the selection and the recommendation for council. So after that, holding the interviews, it was a very tough decision for council, but they did elect Mr. Ted Wiesma and Beatrice Lint to continue actually sitting on the Planning Commission. And with that, if council would like to add any comments in regards to their interaction with the members that are being recommended.
Yes, we did have Councilmember Noble on the committee and Councilmember Hernandez. So at this time, since you're on the committee, you would be allowed to speak if you wanted to comment on that.
No, thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any comments. I would say that it was a tough decision based on the 4 applicants that we did have and stuff. There were some tough questions. I believe the 2 that we decided on were the best 2 based on what we asked them and the commitment that they will give to the Planning Commission. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Not seeing Councilmember Hernandez in, and I see no questions. Do we have any comments from the public?
We have no comment on item 14.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. One more chance for questions. With that, I'll call for the vote. I'm sorry, motion? I have a motion from Councilmember Noble, second from Councilmember Hernandez. With that, we'll go into discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So I'm glad this showed up on this agenda because I was going to be asking where we were with the Planning Commission vacant seats, and I want to thank Councilwoman Hernandez and Council Member Noble for stepping up to the plate, taking on the task, and doing the interview process. I do show that, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Lind, she was appointed originally in 2013, and she was reappointed in 2016, 2021, and the term expired, so now she's been or if we vote, it'll be a new term. So she's been a long-serving member, which brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the Planning Commission, alongside with Mr. Wiesma, who has been a resident of Barstow for over 25 years. So I but I believe that Mr. Wiesma, you're going to bring a wealth of knowledge as a resident of Barstow and to the Planning Commission. So that's pretty much what I have to say, is that I'm glad that we will have a full Planning Commission moving forward. And it is my hope that these meetings are not canceled due to a lack of quorum or for whatever reason, because we have had too many planning commissions that have been canceled this past year, and now it looks like we are in full swing and we can do the business of the city. So if we approve, I just want to say thank you for everybody that stepped up and applied for these positions. And whoever the others that didn't get selected, I encourage you to continue to apply and do things for our city, because it takes a village. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to comment. Madam Clerk, could you remind me of the first and the second?
We have a first from Councilmember Noble and a second from Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for the vote.
So we have a motion to approve item 14, which is selecting Beatrice Lint and Ted Wiesma as planning commissioners for one term ending December 31st, 2028, and the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 15, selection of committee member to represent for street committee. Councilmember Williams has chosen to step off of the committee. The recommended action is that Mayor Silva appoint a member of the council to serve on the street committee, and I will appoint as recommended by the council. Do we have any questions? Do we have any requests to speak?
I have one, Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Do you have a question? Or you Welcome, Mr. Wiesman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The street committee has the potential, I think, to really help the city out. In the past, it seems like not much has been done because streets have just not been funded. So there's not much that they could do. I do have an issue with the program that they had developed that's supposed to identify all the streets that need work, the ones that they're willing to spend money on, and the ones that they say to hell with them. I really think that's taken their decision-making ability away and trying to put it on this little computer program. I think the committee needs to get some gozanzas there and make some decisions themselves instead of relying on a computer program. Because there are a lot of streets in this town that need work, and some that I've complained about for 20-some years, and according to your program, will never get fixed. So please make sure that somebody on that council is on that committee. Hopefully somebody that wants to do something for the streets and will do something for the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
We have no other comment.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to questions from the council. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question because it's supporting documentation to this agenda item. And I believe that it may be a different discussion, but if we wanted to make a change on the language within the description, when would that be appropriate to do so? At a different agenda item at a future meeting?
I would recommend bringing it back since it's not agendized tonight.
Okay.
Just the appointment of the committee member is agendized for tonight.
Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, I concur in that.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no one else in there, we need to appoint, so I'm going to go back to the way we did the appointments on December 16th. Councilmember Hernandez, would you have any interest in serving on the street committee?
Yes.
Councilmember Noble?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Yes. Just kidding.
You can have it.
Councilmember Williams, since you stepped off, I'm going to take you as a no. I already serve on the committee. So with that, Councilmember Hernandez is appointed to the committee. I don't believe a vote is needed. Is that correct?
Correct on this one.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to what everyone's here for, the general non-agenda public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If any special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. City clerk, before you call anyone up, I just want to explain. As I mentioned earlier, if you have questions, council will direct staff, if the questions, to be answered. However, understand this is non-agenda public comment. We could get into a Brown Act violation by getting into discussion of something not on the agenda, so we may be asked for it to come back and be agendized at another meeting. Do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Thank you. A little bad there at the beginning, but. Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. At the last meeting, I gave each one of you a copy of the checks that were paid in November of '22. I know that two of the council members that are currently on weren't here, but the other three were. Where you overpaid the Marriott $61,930.71. And they only were in business for 11 months. Now, when this thing was set up, you, Mr. Silva, said that they could be made whole after a whole year. But they haven't paid into it for a year. They only paid into it for 11 months. So why are we taking money out of the general fund to pay for this? I went to the finance director and asked her about it, and she said they're entitled to it. And I said, why? She said they opened technically in October, but they took no money in October. They didn't report anything out. Even your spreadsheet said they started in November. That's when they started paying the city. And that's when the city started giving them money back. So why do we have to pay them $61,000? That is nothing but a gift of public funds as far as I'm concerned. They're not entitled to it. It should have never been done, but it was done. And 3 members of the current council approved this. But I know they approved it after the bill was already paid. And the bills go first to the finance director and to the city manager. Then they come to the council when they're paid. Too late. I want to know, what are you going to do to get this money back? Because this belongs to the taxpayers and it shouldn't have been paid out. That's my first item. My second item is the cannabis odor out in Linwood. Mrs. Hernandez has said, cancel the contract. They're not doing what they're supposed to. Rose has said, cancel the contract. They don't know what they're doing. When are we going to take the initiative to terminate these contracts or these city licenses, I guess it is, that they have if they're not completing what they're supposed to be doing? They're supposed to have something to control the air quality. Everybody in this room knows when you go out to Linwood, the odor out there is terrible. But the 5 of you are the only ones that can give direction to do what needs to be done. Taxpayers can't do anything but absorb. But this isn't right. Mr. Silver, you were one of the original people that approved cannabis to be sold in Barstow. You, Paul, and Marilyn. And you set in rules, and the rules are not being followed. Why aren't they being followed? And who's supposed to make them follow?
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Gilbert Asa. I'm not sure if he's here. I don't believe so. Mr. E.T. Snell, I believe, is gone. Mr. Ted Wiesma?
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about financial responsibility and good financial sense. This city has spent, from what I hear, $1.8 million on a dog kennel. And they've also spent money on a truck to go pick up dogs. And I heard that this money's coming out of Measure Q. Well, there was nothing when Measure Q was passed saying it's supposed to go to collect dogs or keep dogs in a kennel. I think that's highly irresponsible in the city to have spent that money that way and to continue to spend money every single year now to have a vehicle to pick up animals and to have staff to go do that when you know you had a nonprofit that was quite capable of doing that. So you need to take a look at that. You also need to take a look at Measure Q and what its purpose was. I've heard somebody mention that there are certain things that were not supposed to be spent on Measure Q. And Measure Q was supposed to have a review committee. Review to me means you bring something to them, they look at it, and they give their decision on whether that's appropriate or not. Not to come back to them 6 months later and says, oh, we spent all this money on this, sign here. That's not review. Matter of fact, that's abuse. And a matter of fact, you've gone a year without a Measure Q meeting. I think that's in violation of law, certainly in violation of your commitment to have a review committee look at the spending. I think you got a real problem with this. And let's see, I think one of the reasons that you were told that you needed to set up this kennel and have the city take care of animals because there is vicious animals out there. How many vicious animals has this city picked up since you've started this project? My bet is you haven't picked up one vicious animal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
Our next speaker is Miss Marcia Wiesma.
Hello, Marcia Wiesma. Mayor and City Council, I am concerned about your upcoming meeting on January 23rd, 2025, which would be Thursday. Can the public speak to the council prior to the meeting taking place? Why is the special meeting being held at the Holiday Inn instead of the council chambers? Is this our promised transparency? The agenda printout is not very informative. Are you trying to hide something from the public? Tell us what you're going to be discussing, and is there going to be any reportable action taken? Will you be discussing or hiring of the new city manager or safety officer? If so, then when will you inform the public? I was told that I would get my answer tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesman.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Harris.
Good evening, all. First, I'd like to begin with, excuse me, with congratulations to the new council with salutations. And I hope we can work together in this new year to bring a better, more diligent, a more equitable situation for our citizens without habitation. And should be dear friends, but amongst you, I see 4 who are truly friends of the people of Barstow. And in the name of the Berlin 14, I speak, and I come to say to you what Samuel said in 1 Samuel 8, when the leadership and the people were where we are right now, where the leadership have a disconnect between the will of God and the will of the people of Barstow. And so I say to you, hearken unto the voice of the people. in everything they do and say. Because you're not rejecting me, you're rejecting God. And we all know since Sunday school that when you help the poor, you're doing a thing that's pleasing to God. Now, I didn't come here to throw a gauntlet. You know, I came to foster a spirit of understanding because there's a darkness that's coming that I've been tracking since Reagan's first midterm. And so we need to be together in full strength and force if we're going to combat this thing together, because it's bigger than all of us. And I think this big project you glibly speak of is a part of that. And so you at least owe the people of Barstow the due diligence by taking a road trip, you council members, to the affected areas that they're trying to move down here and sending a coalition of council, planning commission, chamber of commerce, and regular working-class human being to go to Houston and give us the numbers before, during, and after. Because the fellow that just left here, well, with the building, he's not going to give you a straight answer until you pass one way or another. He's waiting like everybody else that's looking at that $2 billion, trying to figure out how they can get a slice. But you just need to do some due diligence and work for the people. I know it's in you because I know you're all good folks, but we just have a different point of view on some things. We need to come together because there's a darkness coming that we need to be together to fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
And our final speaker tonight is Ms. Sonia Ray.
Welcome, Mr. Ray.
Hello, good evening. I don't have to speak about dogs tonight, actually. But I did have a question asked to me because she asked if I was coming tonight, and I started Googling it. What are our contingency plans should a fire break out at the Tesla charging center in the middle of town? Because as we know, lithium batteries are really hard to put out. It's really high temperatures in the summertime. We've seen what happened on the 15th this summer. It is in the middle of town. They also emit fumes, hazardous chemicals. So is there a contingency plan? Since the fire department was talked at length this evening, I figured I'd also I'd ask that. And then my next one is for the college. We have started our Barstow Reads program. I know it's been talked about. They have a book club that meets every Wednesday at 2 o'clock at our newest coffee shop, Crave Coffee House, here in town. If you haven't been there, I highly recommend going. The book is Sitting Pretty by Rebecca Tusag. It's a great book. I've read about halfway through it, and the author will be coming to the college in May to do a presentation on the book and a collaboration. So hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 o'clock at Crave Coffee House. Support a business, support the college. Go Vikings. Okay. And that was Vikings as in our college, not the football team, the professional team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
That is all the comments we have.
Thank you. We'll go on to staff reports. No staff reports? Okay. We'll go on to council committee reports. So this is just the committee reports. We'll have more minutes for business of the council after this. Councilmember Hernandez.
None.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Committee reports. I attended the military affairs meeting on January 14th, and we talked and discussed a couple of things. The military mixer that we have every year is going to be held in Fort Irwin this year. We don't have a time and date yet. However, it will be in Fort Irwin. Also, the economic development meeting at the college will be on the 29th of January between 8 and 10 a.m. And then also, the state of the city is going to be addressing, and that'll be on the April 30th at the college, and that will start around 8 a.m. Also, the MCLB will have a golf tournament. Those of you that are golfers that want to participate will be on the 4th of May. That will be at MCLB. And they're also asking those of you that love to golf to participate in some of the activities that they have at the golf course, punting and long drive, all that stuff that they do with golfing, because of the dire need of participants to help keep that golf course open on the Marine base. So if you're a veteran or if you know ones that are part of the community that likes to golf, definitely reach out to MCLB to utilize the facilities out there, especially when it comes to golfing. They need participants to kind of help keep that facility open. And then I also attended the Victor Valley Transit meeting today. We voted in 2 new council members, one from Hesperia and another council member that will be coming in from Analanto. They will both be sworn in. Well, one was here today, one will be sworn in next council meeting. Our next council meeting, VVTA council meeting, will be on the 18th of February, and that will be here at the Barstow Chambers here at on the 18th, and that will be at 9:30 on the 18th of February. And that's all I have on committee meetings.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. And next, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So the Homeward Bound Committee met January 9th. We spoke briefly about the presentation, Point and Count, which is actually going to be this Thursday, January 23rd. I believe the volunteers have already been trained. Training was via Zoom and are being asked to show up here at 5 a.m. to have maybe a little bit of breakfast or a little, like a snippet of breakfast, and then be assigned to teams to go out, because I believe that we were told that the point and count would actually will actually happen between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. So if you're part of that, if you still wish to volunteer, please contact the city. Miss Maribel Hernandez would be able to give you some more information. But again, it is this Thursday, January 23rd, and you're to report here in the chambers, Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
Here in the chambers. We also spoke about the New Life Fellowship does dinners on Tuesday nights, 6 p.m. They're working with Desert Manna and the New Hope Village, and they feed a lot of people that are less fortunate, and those that are there to, that they just find themselves that they need a meal. So they feed anybody and everybody that does show up. I also want to say that we are looking for committee applications / appointments, and the window is started January 10th through January 29th. The application deadline is January 29th, and this would be to appoint 3 committee members to this amazing committee of Homeward Bound. I also want to say that a person came to our Homeward Bound meeting, and they do, I want to say it's Laundry Love, and they opened up that laundromat that is by the old Dollar Tree, 99-cent store, that laundromat, and they open it up for a short amount of time for those that the homeless that need to come in and wash blankets or clothes, and it's an amazing thing that this laundromat is doing. And so what we're asking individuals to donate to our next meeting is a roll of quarters, so that we can help those that need to wash those blankets and clothing. So if you find it in you, please bring the roll of quarters to Miss Maribel Hernandez, who will be accepting those wonderful donations. We also have the Church of Christ. They provide showers for the homeless between 6 and 8 p.m. on Wednesdays, and they're looking for volunteers. So on Wednesdays from 6 to 8 p.m., if you want to volunteer, go to the Church of Christ and speak to Sergio. And they also do the second Saturday of the month. It's 9 to 11 a.m. They do a food giveaway. So here we have another church nonprofit that does amazing things for our community. Speaking of amazing things that happens, some of the committee members and other individuals, residents of our community, pitched in and purchased a 3-compartment sink for the Church of Christ, so that they can continue spreading the good deeds that they do for our community. We also spoke about the homeless coordinator, which I'm hoping that this new fiscal year that we can really get some traction on a homeless coordinator. We have a job description that was provided and given to the city, and we're not looking at a full-time position. It would be ideal, but a part-time position. And that coordinator that we envision, that they would connect the dots on all the resources, all the amazing resources that we have here in Barstow. I believe I covered everything. So again, we met January 9th, our next meeting. We have made a decision to move the Homeward Bound Committee meeting to Thursdays. So the next meeting will be February 13th at 5 p.m. And this is to allow all those nonprofits, i.e. churches and organizations that have other commitments on Wednesday nights, to be able to attend the Homeward Bound Committee meetings. And as far as the rules and policy, in December we were dark because of the holidays, but our next meeting is January 28th, 2025, 9 a.m. And we're going to be discussing moving that to 5 p.m. at the next meeting to allow the general public to be able to come in and participate with with any comments that they choose. And that is, Mr. Mayor, that is it for my reports.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Williams, any committee reports?
Nope.
Thank you. I did attend the SBCTA. Main option or item there is we did take a vote in opposition to a couple of measures which would have required all housing to be electric, no gas. I attended military affairs with Councilmember Noble. Thank you for the report there. Attended the High Desert League of Cities in Apple Valley. I was asked that Barstow please sponsor one of those in the future. When I get a date, I will give you staff plenty of time to get that set up. And the upcoming economic development meeting that Mr. Noble spoke of, I will be speaking there. So, Mr. Hildreth, I appreciate you sent some notes today that I can use, but if you get some more from other council member, or I'm sorry, other staff, I would appreciate that, so we can share that with the economic development group. With that, we're going to move on to business of the council. And Councilmember Hernandez, do you have anything to share with us this evening?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the cannabis issues, since I am the Mojave Air Quality Representative for the city, and my next meeting will be next Monday, I would like to have staff report as to, we have taken action. So Chris, if you could give an update on that, I would appreciate it.
Did you want to get into
Yes, because it just happened and we had the
major... Want to finish your 6 minutes and then give him time, or because you have...
No, because I'm short on everything else, so,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so with Matthew's team's help, staff is the individual that's in charge of handling the cannabis division. And with Matthew's team, they formulated a game plan last week or the week before, met with the owners and every operator out there. And in addition to that, they drafted revocation notices, and they were all mailed out today. and there's multiple. It's not just a couple for miscellaneous reasons. So those revocation notices were sent out today, and they were approved by Matthew's team, and so that stuff has been sent out. And if Matt, Mr.
Yeah, if I could jump in
Mr.
and add a
Summers,
little more
sorry.
there. Thank you, Mr. Hodrath. So what we sent out today were notices of revocation of several operators with staff's assistance for the development agreements for the cannabis, for some of the cannabis, not all. The ones that were in compliance, of course, are fine. And then also revoking their cannabis permits. Per our code and state law, there's a time period for the notice process, and then they have a window to comply. If they don't come into compliance, then there'll be a hearing at council, and then the council can vote to revoke the development agreement and revoke the permits. If I remember right,
That's it.
there you go.
You're
So
on my
notices
time.
were out.
That's it.
And I'd
The
like,
next
if I
thing-
could, to thank the team as well. Thank you.
Right. I got a telephone call regarding the Clara Jefferson bench on Riverside Drive, and that it was in need of repair. The city is on that, and they've put out bids to get it done. So that is being taken care of. The other thing is, I'd like to request if we could adjourn in Martha Stein's honor. She was the wife of the deacon of St. Joseph's Catholic Church and was completely active and a truly giving person within our community, and she recently passed away, and she was the mother of our prior council member, Tim Summers. And could you please answer Marcia's questions regarding the meeting on the 23rd?
Through the mayor and the council, the council will be taking public comment on the special meeting on January 23rd, this Thursday at 8 a.m. at the Holiday Inn. The council will open the hearing there, take public comment. The item is listed as city manager, public employment. So the comments will be taken on that closed session item. It was selected there for facilitate a better discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I happened to be riding down Main Street the other day, and I see a lot of vendors, pop-up tents, lights, whole 9 yards. My question is, are they licensed? And if they're not, then why am my PDs are not ticketing them and having them removed from those locations and stuff? It's a hazard. It's a safety hazard. And it also is a congestion on Main Street because where I see them located, there's really no way to park. And they're stopping traffic along that major thoroughfare. So if we can take a look at that and figure out what we need to do, not just on Main Street, that's the main one, but there are some on Rimrock and some other small places where I'm seeing them pop up. And if they're not licensed, then they shouldn't be up there. And so can we take a look at that, staff, to see what we can do to move those individuals? And also, I got a laundry list of stuff here, but someone dropped some stuff off in reference to homelessness. And we need to take a hard look at what we're going to do to fix that. I know the major fires have fluctuated a lot of those individuals this way, and I got it. But we got to do something about it because they're starting to locate themselves in and around Stater Brother areas, the local stores and stuff where people can't go in and come out of the stores without someone asking them for some funds, or just lingering around there where you're scared to take your kids in and out of the store because of it. So I would ask that we take a look at that, but also a little bit more police present in those hot areas where we have families and so forth. And if we do have paddlers asking and hanging around, that we move them out of there as best we can. The second thing, and that's really what I wanted to say on those two items and stuff. And then we got to take a look at Humane Society. we still have pets out there that are lingering out there in the streets. I know we say we have a dog catcher out there that's supposed to be bringing those and catching those dogs and taking them down there, but I still see an abundance of dogs running around the city. That's something that we need to take a hard look at, and I would ask staff and PD and the rest of them to sit down and figure out a way to minimize some of that that is happening out there in the streets. And I think that's all I have. The rest of it I can talk with the staff on.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by saying that and I, along with some of my colleagues up here, attended the pickleball inaugural games event at Dana Park. The courts look amazing, and I know that pickleball is the new trend. So, you know, thank you for the staff who made this happen with these courts. They look amazing, and everybody in attendance that were actually players are very, very pleased, and we should all be pleased because it's just making our city look better 1 mile at a time. I also would like to ask for a second for a Measure Q presentation, and this presentation, I would like to have it.
I'll give you a second.
Okay, and we need to do a time frame. So let's say before the next council meeting? Would that be enough, Ms. Harris, or do you need a little more time? Can it be, oh, I apologize. Can it be right prior to the council meeting, the presentation going straight into the council meeting? Thank you. So we have the second. Please be looking for town hall meetings. I did a few of them for my district in my first term, and I'll be working with the staff to coordinate more town hall meetings, and I'm going to be partnering with District 3. District 3 is going to be partnering with District 4 and District 3 so that we can do town hall meetings here at the city chambers to invite anybody and everybody within the city to come and hear about the safety concerns that we have in our districts and all the fun stuff that may be planned in our districts. But those are up and coming. I can't give you dates, but both Councilmember Williams and I will be reaching out to staff to coordinate these. But I think that with the new face of our council and everything that we're moving towards, this is a perfect opportunity for us to become even more engaged with those who have instilled their trust in us by keeping them abreast of what's happening in our city within our own districts. I also, now I'm going to move into saying that the Cora Harper City logo looks amazing. I don't know how much that costs. Does anybody have an amount for the council? Cora Harper City logo?
It was actually part of an entire resurfacing of that floor. So there was damage to the floor in the southeast corner of the gym floor, and so and plus the floor had, since it's been installed, this is the first resurfacing that has been completed on it, and so they did a complete resurfacing. They repainted all the lines, and then during that process, we asked them to put the city logo in the middle, which was part of the entire process. So it was all budgeted for, and I'm assuming that the funds came from Measure Q. I do not know, but the resurfacing of that is part of the entire project.
Thank you. So would I be able to get a number of what that costs and where it came from in an email? Thank you. I'll look for that email. I appreciate it. Military flag status. Where are we with the military flags? And I would like to see, and it would have to be a council decision, but every city I go to, they showcase them on Main Street. That's where we have, everybody goes down Main Street. And yes, we have them on Rimrock and everywhere else, but we maybe should decide as a council where we want these hung. But I would love to see them showcased on Main Street as well. So what's the status of the military flags?
We do have the application. Actually, I do have the applications. We were going to send the order into the manufacturer, but we had an issue with Edison. Edison had sent us a notification that we actually had to remove all our brackets and anything, any signs or anything that we had on any of the poles. I want to say maybe probably mid-December, they finally just said that they were going to allow us to use and leave anything that we had up there, because it wasn't just the city of Barstow that was getting served with these notices, it was actually all the surrounding cities. And so everybody kind of got together and pushed back to Edison, and so they just said, you know what, go ahead, we'll allow you. And so we're going to place that order, and so it should be hopefully about 4 weeks
Thank you.
before they come in.
Thank you. Measure Q, where are we with the vacancies? Because I know that the representation for my district expired the end of December, and I have not seen an update on our Measure Q. I just heard this evening that we have canceled due to lack of quorum. We haven't been meeting with Measure Q, and that goes against the ordinance, what Measure Q was meant and voted by the people. So where are we with the status of filling those? I have not seen any applications go out whatsoever. Have they gone out, and where are we with the?
Yes, we actually have received 2 applications for the Measure Q committee. One is an existing member and one is a new member. So we could probably get those on the next agenda to get those 2 individuals appointed. But I did receive a letter from one of the members withdrawing from the committee.
I do have a follow-up question, if I may, Mayor. Thank you. So the applications, because my district, will I be able to review the applications
Yes.
prior to? When will I
Yes.
be able to get those?
I can get those to you in the morning.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Williams. And I want to apologize, I didn't explain what this part of the meeting was about last time, and you had things to say, but you're clear now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'd like a presentation at the next council meeting for all of our streets, the scheduling, and the status of them, if we can, what we have. We know there's some major problems out there, so I know which one they are, so staff can get with me, I appreciate it.
I'll second that to put it on the agenda.
Okay. I also need a second on the tree lighting. I've asked as an individual twice. I've asked as a council person once. I still haven't received it. So now I want all overtime at the complete cost of that event put on the agenda.
You'll get a second from me.
Okay. I'd like to see the Measure Q meetings go monthly. I'd also like to see the city manager and the finance director at these meetings. Quarterly is not getting it done. I know because I served on it. I know when we had it was every month. We had the finance person there and we had the city manager there. If we're going to be transparent and we're going to be open and honest, then let's have those meetings once a month, and I'll need a second on that.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, please stop the clock on Councilmember Williams' time.
So my question is, I know that when the voters voted in Measure Q, the ordinance did stipulate quarterly. Can we change that as a council, or are we bound? Or Mr. Summers, I guess that's the question to you.
It states.
Are we bound to that?
It states quarterly as required. The committee can request more if they want.
And
That's-
any
that's my
change on
understanding.
that is not on tonight's agenda, so that should be, if the council is going to direct a change beyond what's the quarterly in the ordinance, that can be done by the council, but needs to be on an agenda, if the committee itself doesn't request it, if the council is directing it versus if the committee's directing it. So short answer, yes, you can go monthly, needs council action and not on tonight's agenda, but could be on a future agenda.
Yeah, so I was asking for a second to be put on the agenda. Next agenda.
So I will second, and that would be, it's my understanding, to get the ordinance on the next agenda to review. for
Yeah,
the
and
change.
we'll make, because the ordinance can only be changed by the voters, that change we'll make by reso, but we'll put the item together.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Okay, so when I was campaigning, a question that was asked, I'm going to say the most, was what are we going to do for the youth? And my answer is, well, we're not going to tell them what we're going to do. We're going to ask them what do they need. So what I would like to see is the staff to let us know. We used to have a youth advisory council. What would be the time needed? What would be the cost for the city to put the youth advisory council together? And if I can get a second to bring that to the council so we can decide whether to have a youth advisory council or not.
Second.
Thank you. I also had cannabis on here, and I'm glad to hear, and I had an email today from staff that they did send out the revocable documentation. And please bring that to council so that they will know the council is very adamant about that smell. I was a vote in the last meeting I attended to not approve that particular, if you remember, staff brought it, giving the power to the owner to operate that place and took it away from the council. I had it brought back and it came to the council after I was off, that no, the council will approve this, and that's why. I want the council to have the power to shut them down if they're not abiding by the ordinance, and if the smell's coming out, they're not abiding by the ordinance. I'd also like staff, if I can get a second, prior to COVID, we used to have a student show up. We coordinated with the school district, and we would have the student do the flag salute, and we would give them a
You got a second.
certificate. Thank you. I also had military banners on my notes here, and I'm just going to add to the question already asked. Are the forms on the city website, or who would they contact to get their veteran or service member on those banners?
Yeah, the applications are available on our website, but they could also contact City Hall. We do have the applications up front, and we can also email them if they like.
Okay. This is, and just to clarify, it was in service, not veterans, correct? Or is it veterans and
It's in service only.
in service? Okay, I stand corrected. And as everyone saw this evening, we recognize the varsity football team, and I would like to recognize everybody in the city for their accomplishments. So please contact the city, contact your council member if there's something that we should recognize and we should show to the public. I know they do their individual ceremonies, but when we get it up here, when we get it on our social media, when we get it on Channel 6, more people see about these good things going on in Barstow. Councilmember Rose, you mentioned your town hall meetings. I want to encourage all council members. And I think we were all upset when we were forced to go district. We voted to go district, but I think we all did it under protest. But one of the advantages is you can hold meetings in your district, and I will attend with you if invited. So please consider those. Also, I had on here for this evening, a council member's time with the city manager. And I know on the day of the agenda, which would have been today, we all want to sit down with the city manager and staff. So I'm going to come up with, I was going to do it tonight, but I'm going to come up with a time frame so we all have time with the city manager to discuss the agenda. We can get some of our questions answered ahead of time. You can still ask them here. I understand if you have a question, you're probably going to want to still answer it here so the public knows. But we'll be scheduling that so we don't take up the whole city manager's day when we sit down with city manager on the day of the agenda. Mr. Attorney, one question you did not answer for Mrs. Wiesman is, what are we hiding? We are regarding the meeting on the 23rd, we are hiding the identity of the applicants, which is a liability issue if we disclose those names. And also I wanted to ask staff, it's been a while. I mean, I sat here for a long time, and I'm thinking it's probably 10 years before the council was given the plans for an emergency. Where's the EOC? Where do we go? What do we do? So if you could start putting that together for council so we know what we're doing in an emergency, we may have to make a decision on a day such as that. And that's all I have. Councilmember Hernandez, you're in the queue. Did you?
Just
you still
one
had
little
time?
item, yes.
You still had time on your 6 minutes. I'll let you
Okay.
go.
The fire hydrants, with the wildfires, the fire hydrant across from me has not been checked, and I don't know how long, so I'd like to know, that is really a big public safety issue right now. Who checks our fire hydrants?
That's actually a coordinated task between building officials and fire marshal's office as well as water companies. It's borne on the water companies to maintain all their infrastructure, so it's borne on them. We'll notify through either the fire marshal's office or the fire department or the fire district to make sure that those are all up and running. And when we actually encounter those, we duly note, and we actually have a mapping system which can highlight, and we can determine which companies which and what.
So when will they be done? Because that's my issue.
See the report.
Yeah.
I think that would be an email to the fire marshal's office as well as the fire district, so we can coordinate
Could
that
you
with
let me
water
know?
companies.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just follow up on that. So is there a report that you get from the water company?
We are not notified on any of their maintenance issues, so unfortunately, we find them at the time of emergencies or during training issues when we're out in the field doing training and just basic maintenance around town.
Okay.
And we tend to break some just because of age.
Okay, so with that, we are going to join our open session, and we're going to join in the memory of Martha Sines. I know the Sines family very well. My condolences to former council member Tim Sines. I'll try to reach him later. And we're going to go back into our closed session. I'm going to give the council a 10-minute break, and please be in the council chambers by, the room over there by 10:40. Is that right, 10:40? Thank you.